The cupboard under the stairs smelled of old shoes and forgotten dreams. 6-year-old Harry Potter pressed his thin frame against the furthest corner, his emerald eyes wide with terror as Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps thundered overhead. The floorboards groaned under the massive man's weight, each creak a countdown to something terrible. Harry had made a mistake. Again. He'd been trying so hard to be good, to be invisible, to be nothing at all. But this morning, while Aunt Petunia shrieked at him to cook breakfast for precious Dudley, something had gone wrong. The eggs had started floating. Not just one or two, but the entire carton, drifting through the kitchen like pale, fragile balloons, while Dudley screamed and pointed. The memory made Harry's stomach twist with dread. He'd tried to catch them, standing on tiptoe and reaching desperately, but they'd only floated higher. When one had cracked against the ceiling and splattered yolk across Petunia's pristine white paint, her face had turned purple with rage. That's when Uncle Vernon had come running. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and made himself as small as possible in the cramped darkness. His 2 large hand-me-down clothes hung loose on his malnourished frame, the fabric rough against skin that bore too many bruises for a child his age. The Dursleys had locked him in here after Vernon's initial explosion, muttering about freaks and abnormality, promising that real punishment would come later. Later was now. The footsteps stopped directly overhead. Harry held his breath, pressing one small hand over his mouth to muffle any sound. Sometimes, if he was quiet enough, Uncle Vernon would forget about him until morning. Sometimes the rage would pass, replaced by the man's usual cold indifference. But not today. The cupboard door rattled as the key turned in the lock. Light flooded the tiny space, making Harry squint after hours in darkness. Uncle Vernon's bulk filled the doorway, his face red and sweaty, his small eyes glittering with fury. "Boy!" he snarled, the word dripping with disgust. "Out! Now!" Harry scrambled forward on hands and knees, his heart hammering against his ribs. He'd learned early that hesitation only made things worse. Vernon's thick fingers wrapped around Harry's upper arm, lifting him roughly to his feet. The grip was tight enough to leave finger-shaped bruises, adding to the collection that already decorated Harry's 2 thin limbs. "Living room," Vernon commanded, shoving Harry ahead of him down the narrow hallway. The boy stumbled, but caught himself, knowing better than to fall. The Dursley living room was a shrine to aggressive normalcy. Everything matched, everything gleamed, everything screamed of middle-class respectability. Family photos lined the mantelpiece, showing Dudley's progression from fat baby to fatter child, with Vernon and Petunia beaming proudly in every frame. There were no pictures of Harry. Petunia stood near the window, her horse-like face pinched with disgust. She'd changed clothes since the egg incident, now wearing a crisp yellow dress that made her look like an angry canary. Dudley sat on the sofa, his piggy eyes bright with anticipation. He always enjoyed Harry's punishments. "Explain yourself," Vernon demanded, positioning himself between Harry and any possible escape route. "Explain what happened in the kitchen this morning." Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. How could he explain something he didn't understand himself? The floating eggs, the way things sometimes moved when he was scared or angry, the strange warmth that seemed to build in his chest during moments of extreme emotion. He had no words for any of it. "I don't know," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Vernon's face darkened further. "You don't know." His voice was deceptively quiet, which Harry had learned was more dangerous than shouting. "You expect me to believe that eggs just started floating on their own?" "They did," Harry insisted, desperation creeping into his voice. "I wasn't doing anything, I swear. I was just trying to cook breakfast like Aunt Petunia said." "Liar!" Petunia hissed from her position by the window. "Disgusting little liar, just like his mother." The mention of his mother sent a strange pang through Harry's chest. The Dursleys never talked about his parents, except to mutter about car crashes and worthless drunks. But sometimes, late at night in his cupboard, Harry would imagine that his parents had been magical too. It was a comforting fantasy, the idea that somewhere, somehow, he wasn't alone in being different. There's nothing wrong with our house, Vernon continued, his voice rising. Nothing abnormal happens here. We're a normal family, and you will be normal too, or so help me God. But I am normal, Harry protested, even as the words felt like lies in his mouth. I didn't mean for it to happen. Didn't mean for it to happen, Vernon roared, finally unleashing the full force of his rage. His face went from red to purple, veins standing out on his thick neck. You think I'm stupid, boy? You think I don't see what you're doing? I'm not doing anything, Harry cried, backing away until his shoulders hit the wall. Please, Uncle Vernon, I'll be good. I promise I'll be good. But Vernon was beyond reason now, lost in the familiar rhythm of his fury. You're a freak, he snarled, advancing on the terrified child, just like your freak parents. But I won't have it in my house. Do you hear me? I won't have unnaturalness under my roof. His hand struck out, backhanding Harry across the face with enough force to send the small boy stumbling. Stars exploded across Harry's vision as he hit the corner of the coffee table, pain blooming along his ribs. Please, Harry gasped, tasting blood where he'd bitten his tongue. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry isn't good enough anymore, Vernon growled. His belt buckle clinked as he began working it free. 6 years I've put up with your strangeness. 6 years of hoping you'd grow out of it. But you just keep getting worse. The leather belt slid free with a whisper of menace. Petunia turned away from the window, her face carefully blank. This was normal for the Dursley household. Expected, even. Dudley giggled from the sofa, already reaching for his video game controller, as if this was merely entertainment before his afternoon cartoons. You need to learn, Vernon continued, doubling the belt over in his hands. You need to understand that freakishness has consequences. Harry pressed himself against the wall, his mind racing with desperate panic. He could see the belt in Vernon's hands, could remember the sharp sting and burning welts it left behind. But this time felt different. This time, Vernon's eyes held a coldness that promised something worse than the usual beating. Turn around, Vernon commanded, hands against the wall. No, Harry whispered, the word slipping out before he could stop it. Please, I'll be good. I promise. Vernon's face went very still. What did you say? I said no, Harry repeated, louder now, something fierce and desperate rising in his chest. I said no. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. The windows began to rattle in their frames, a low humming filling the air. Dudley's game controller slipped from his suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering to the floor. Even Petunia turned from the window, her mouth falling open in shock. You little monster, Vernon breathed, raising the belt high above his head. I'll teach you to say no to me. But as the belt began its downward arc, something inside Harry snapped. It felt like a dam bursting, like every moment of pain and fear and desperate loneliness exploding outward in a rush of pure need. The air around Harry shimmered with heat, crackling with energy that made his hair stand on end. The pictures on the mantelpiece began to shake, their frames rattling against the wood. No! Harry screamed, and the word carried power that had nothing to do with volume. The explosion of accidental magic hit the room like a physical force. Every window in the house shattered simultaneously, sending cascades of glittering glass across the floors. The television screen imploded with a sharp crack. Light bulbs burst overhead, raining sparks and leaving the room in sudden twilight. But Harry was no longer there to see the destruction. The magic had seized him, wrapped around him like invisible hands, and pulled. The world became a rushing tunnel of sensation, color bleeding away into streams of light. His stomach dropped, as if he were falling from a great height, though he couldn't tell which way was up or down. Wind that came from nowhere roared in his ears, carrying scents of places he'd never been. For a moment that lasted forever, Harry Potter existed in the space between destinations, caught in the raw current of accidental apparition. His child's mind couldn't process what was happening, could only hold tight to the desperate need that had triggered his escape. Away. Anywhere but here. Somewhere safe. The magic listened. Reality reasserted itself with jarring suddenness. Harry crashed into something solid and warm, his small body tumbling across what felt like carpeted flooring. The rushing wind cut off abruptly, replaced by the rhythmic clacking of wheels on rails and the gentle sway of motion. For several long moments, Harry simply lay where he'd fallen, gasping for breath and trying to convince himself that he was still alive. His head spun with residual magical energy, and his ears rang from the sudden transition. Every part of his body ached, as if he'd been stretched thin and then snapped back into shape. Slowly, carefully, he raised his head and looked around. He was in what appeared to be a train compartment, though unlike any train car he'd ever seen. The seats were plush and comfortable, covered in rich burgundy fabric with golden trim. Overhead, brass luggage racks gleamed in the warm light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Outside the windows, countryside rushed past in a blur of green and gold, and sitting across from him, their mouths hanging open in shock, were two of the most remarkable-looking children Harry had ever seen. The girl appeared to be about 11 or 12, with masses of bushy brown hair and intelligent dark eyes that were currently wide with surprise. She wore what looked like a school uniform, black robes over a white shirt and striped tie. In her hands was an enormous book titled Hogwarts, a history. The boy was perhaps a year older, tall and gangly, with flaming red hair and freckles scattered across his face like constellations. His robes were slightly shabby but clean, and he'd been holding what appeared to be a chocolate frog before Harry's dramatic arrival had startled him into dropping it. For a long moment, the three children simply stared at each other in mutual bewilderment. Harry's mind struggled to process what had just happened. One moment he'd been in the Dursley living room, facing Vernon's belt and fury. Now he was somewhere else, entirely. Somewhere that felt like stepping into a fairy tale. "Blimey," the red-haired boy finally managed, his voice carrying a distinct accent. "Where did you come from?" The girl was already moving, dropping her book and sliding off her seat to kneel beside Harry. Her face was creased with concern as she took in his appearance. His too large clothes, his hollow cheeks, the fresh bruise blooming across his face from Vernon's backhand. "Are you hurt?" she asked gently, her voice carrying the crisp tones of careful education. "What's your name? How did you get here?" Harry tried to speak, but his throat felt raw and tight. The events of the last few minutes crashed over him in waves. The floating eggs, Vernon's rage, the impossible journey to this impossible place. He was far from Privet Drive, far from the cupboard under the stairs, but that fact felt too large and strange to be real. "I think I did magic," he whispered finally, his voice small and wondering. "I think I made myself disappear." The two older children exchanged a meaningful glance that Harry didn't understand. The girl's expression shifted from concern to something that looked almost like recognition, while the boy's freckled face creased with worry. "What's your name?" the girl asked again, her voice even gentler than before. "Harry Potter," Harry managed, then added automatically, though he'd never been sure why the Dursleys had insisted on the clarification, sir. The girl's sharp intake of breath was audible over the train's rhythmic clacking. The boy's face went pale beneath his freckles, making his red hair seem to glow like flame. "Harry Potter," the girl repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "But you're just a little boy. You're supposed to be with your aunt and uncle. You're not supposed to start Hogwarts for years yet." The words meant nothing to Harry, but the tone carried weight that made his chest tight with anxiety. These children knew him, somehow. They knew about the Dursleys. They knew things about his future that he didn't know himself. "Are you going to send me back?" he asked, his voice breaking on the last word. "Please don't send me back. I'll be good, I promise. I'll be so good." The raw terror in his young voice seemed to hit both children like a physical blow. The girl's eyes filled with tears that she blinked away rapidly, while the boy's face darkened with an anger that wasn't directed at Harry. "No one's sending you back," the girl said firmly, reaching out to carefully touch Harry's shoulder. "You're safe now. I promise you're safe." "But he's just 6, the boy said, his voice tight with emotion. "Look at him, Hermione. Look what they've done to him." The girl, Hermione apparently, was indeed looking. Her careful gaze catalogued every visible sign of neglect and abuse, from Harry's hollow cheeks to the way he flinched instinctively when either of them moved too quickly. When she spoke again, her voice carried a steely determination that seemed far too old for her young face. "We're going to take care of you," she told Harry with quiet intensity. "Do you understand? Whatever happened before, whatever brought you here, we're going to make sure you're safe." Harry stared at her, hardly daring to believe what he was hearing. In his short life, no one had ever promised to take care of him. No one had ever looked at him with anything resembling kindness, let alone the fierce protectiveness he saw in this stranger's eyes. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice small and wondering. "You're on the Hogwarts Express," the red-haired boy said gently. "I'm Ron Weasley, by the way. This is Hermione Granger. We're students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The words should have sounded like nonsense, like the kind of fairy tale stories that Aunt Petunia had never bothered to tell him. But somehow, sitting in this impossible train compartment after his impossible journey, they felt like the first true things Harry had ever heard. "Witchcraft," he repeated slowly, testing the word on his tongue. "You're a wizard, Harry," Hermione said softly. "That's what happened back there, wherever you came from. You performed accidental magic. Very powerful accidental magic, judging by the fact that you managed to apparate yourself onto a moving train." "I'm a wizard," Harry whispered, and for the first time in his short life, something inside his chest that wasn't fear or pain began to uncurl. Wonder. Hope. The tiniest spark of belonging. Ron was rummaging in his trunk, pulling out what appeared to be various snacks and treats. Chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, cauldron cakes. Harry's stomach, which had been empty since yesterday's meagre dinner, cramped with sudden hunger. "Here," Ron said, holding out a wrapped sandwich. "You look like you could use something to eat. When did you last have a proper meal?" Harry couldn't remember. The Dursleys fed him scraps when they remembered. Table scraps and burnt toast and whatever Dudley didn't finish. He'd been planning to cook breakfast that morning when the egg incident had happened, but he couldn't recall the last time he'd actually eaten. "I don't know," he admitted, his cheeks burning with shame. Hermione's face went very still. She and Ron shared another one of those meaningful glances, and Harry got the impression they were having an entire conversation without words. "Well then," Hermione said with forced brightness, "we'll just have to fix that, won't we? Ron, do you have any of those chocolate frogs left?" "Course I do," Ron said immediately, already unwrapping one. "But carefully now, Harry. They're charmed to move about a bit." Harry watched in fascination as the chocolate frog began hopping around Ron's palm. Magic. Real, actual magic. Right in front of his eyes. For a moment, he forgot about his empty stomach and aching ribs, lost in wonder at this glimpse into a world where impossible things were commonplace. "Go on then," Ron encouraged, holding the frog out toward Harry. "It's just chocolate underneath all the hopping about." Harry reached out tentatively, his small fingers closing around the warm chocolate. The frog stopped moving the moment he touched it, becoming ordinary confection in his hands. He bit into it carefully, and rich sweetness flooded his mouth. It was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. The next few minutes passed in a blur of gentle coaxing and careful feeding. Ron and Hermione seemed to understand, without being told, that Harry needed to eat slowly and carefully. They kept up a stream of gentle chatter about Hogwarts and magic and all the wonderful things waiting for him, while making sure he didn't eat too much too fast. "Tell us about where you came from," Hermione said eventually, when Harry had managed to eat half a sandwich and a few chocolate frog cards. "Only if you want to, of course. But it might help us understand how to help you." Harry looked down at his hands, still hardly able to believe they weren't shaking. These children, these strangers, had shown him more kindness in 10 minutes than he'd received in his entire life. But the thought of explaining the Dursleys, of putting into words the daily reality of his existence at Privet Drive, made his throat close up with shame and fear. "They don't like me," he said finally, the words barely audible. "My aunt and uncle. They think I'm a freak because strange things happen around me sometimes." "What kind of strange things?" Ron asked gently. "Things float," Harry whispered. "When I'm scared or angry, things float. And sometimes glass breaks or lights go out. Aunt Petunia says it's because I'm abnormal." "You're not abnormal," Hermione said fiercely. "You're magical. There's a difference." The absolute conviction in her voice made Harry look up, meeting her eyes for the first time since his arrival. There was no disgust there, no fear or anger, just gentle acceptance and a burning protectiveness that made his chest tight with unfamiliar emotion. "They lock me in the cupboard," he said suddenly, the words spilling out before he could stop them. "When I do magic by accident, they lock me in the cupboard and don't give me food until I promise to be normal." The silence that followed was deafening. Ron's face had gone pale again, while Hermione's hands clenched into fists in her lap. When she spoke, her voice was very quiet and very dangerous. "They lock you in a cupboard." "It's not that bad," Harry said quickly, instinctively defending the only family he'd ever known, no matter how terrible they were. "It's just under the stairs. It has a bed." "Sort of." "A bed under the stairs," Ron repeated, his voice hollow. "Harry, that's not a bedroom. That's storage space." The train's whistle blew long and mournful in the distance, and Harry realized they were slowing down. Through the windows, he could see what looked like a village approaching, all cobblestone streets and old-fashioned buildings that seemed to glow with warm light in the gathering dusk. "That's Hogsmeade," Hermione explained, following his gaze. "We're almost to Hogwarts." "What happens to me now?" Harry asked, and despite the kindness these children had shown him, fear crept back into his voice. "Do I have to go back? To the Dursleys?" Ron and Hermione exchanged another look, and this time Harry could read the determination in their expressions. "No," Hermione said firmly. "You're never going back there. I don't care what we have to do or who we have to convince. You're never going back to people who would treat a child that way." The train was definitely slowing now, steam hissing from the engine as they approached what looked like a magnificent castle perched on a hill above a vast lake. Towers and turrets rose into the star-filled sky, and warm light spilled from hundreds of windows. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Ron said softly, his voice filled with wonder, despite having made this journey before. "Your real home. Home." The word sent a shiver through Harry that had nothing to do with cold. For the first time in his short life, surrounded by the kindness of strangers on a magical train heading toward a castle that belonged in fairy tales, Harry Potter began to believe that such a thing might actually be possible. Outside, the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station with a final blast of its whistle, carrying with it a small boy whose escape had just changed everything. The revelation came on a cold November morning, when Professor Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office with an urgency that sent ripples of concern throughout the castle. As Harry climbed the spiral staircase behind the stone gargoyle, his scar pulsed with a dull, persistent ache that had become his constant companion over the weeks of intensive magical training. The headmaster's office was more crowded than Harry had ever seen it, with familiar faces wearing expressions of grave concern. Professor McGonagall sat rigidly in her chair, her usually perfect posture betraying an underlying tension that made her seem like a coiled spring ready to release. Director Bones stood near the window, her sharp features etched with the kind of focused intensity that meant important decisions were about to be made. Most surprising was the presence of a man Harry didn't recognize, though something about his bearing suggested he was someone of considerable importance in the wizarding world. Tall and distinguished, with prematurely grey hair and scars that spoke of dangerous work, He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to dealing with matters of life and death. "Harry," Professor Dumbledore said, as the boy settled into his customary chair, "I'm afraid we must discuss something that will be difficult for you to hear, but which you have every right to know." The careful phrasing sent a chill through Harry's small frame. In his experience, conversations that began with such warnings rarely led anywhere pleasant. First, Dumbledore continued, "Allow me to introduce Kingsley Shacklebolt, Senior Auror, with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Mr. Shacklebolt has been investigating certain aspects of your case that have significant implications for your future." The Auror stepped forward with a slight nod of acknowledgement, his dark eyes assessing Harry with professional interest, tempered by something that looked like sympathy. "Mr. Potter," Shacklebolt said, in a deep, measured voice, "what I'm about to tell you concerns a prophecy that was made before your birth, a prophecy that has shaped many of the decisions made about your life." Harry felt his stomach drop at the word prophecy. He'd heard enough whispered conversations and overheard enough fragments of adult discussions to understand that prophecies were serious magical phenomena with far-reaching consequences. Professor Dumbledore moved to a cabinet behind his desk and withdrew a silvery, glowing orb that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. The sphere was covered in dark, spidery script that Harry couldn't read, but something about its presence made his scar burn with renewed intensity. "This," Dumbledore said carefully, "is the prophecy concerning you and Voldemort. It was made by Professor Trelawney before your birth, and its contents have influenced every major decision made about your welfare since that time." Harry stared at the prophecy orb with a mixture of fascination and dread. The small sphere somehow contained information that had shaped his entire life, determining where he lived, who raised him, and apparently why dark wizards were so interested in killing him. "What does it say?" he asked quietly, though part of him dreaded the answer. Professor Dumbledore exchanged glances with the other adults before activating the prophecy. Professor Trelawney's voice filled the office, but transformed into something otherworldly and resonant that spoke with the authority of fate itself. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month, dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The words hung in the air like an executioner's sentence. Harry felt the weight of destiny settling over him like a suffocating blanket, heavy with implications that his 6-year-old mind struggled to fully comprehend. "Either must die at the hand of the other," he repeated slowly, testing the words on his tongue. "That means one of us has to kill the other." The blunt statement sent visible shock through the assembled adults. Director Bones's expression softened with something that might have been maternal concern, while Professor McGonagall looked as though she wanted to wrap Harry in protective magic and hide him away from the entire wizarding world. "Yes," Professor Dumbledore confirmed gently. "That is what the prophecy suggests. However, Harry, I want you to understand something very important about prophecies in general, and this one in particular." The headmaster moved around his desk to kneel beside Harry's chair, bringing his eyes level with the boys. "Prophecies are not commands or certainties," he explained with careful emphasis. "They are glimpses of possible futures, potential outcomes that can be influenced by the choices we make. The prophecy speaks of power Voldemort knows not, and I believe that power lies not in your magical abilities, but in your capacity for love and the connections you've formed with others." Harry absorbed this information with the solemn attention of a child who understood that his entire future was being laid out before him. The prophecy explained so much: why Voldemort had tried to kill him as a baby, why he was considered so important by both sides of the magical conflict, why his safety was deemed worth such extraordinary measures. But it also meant that his life would never be truly his own. As long as Voldemort existed, Harry would be hunted. As long as Harry lived, Voldemort would see him as a threat to be eliminated. There could be no peaceful coexistence, no escape from the destiny that had been thrust upon him before he could even walk. "Mr. Potter," Auror Shacklebolt said, gently, "there's something else you need to know. Our investigation into Sirius Black's case has been completed." Harry's heart leapt at the mention of his godfather's name. For weeks, he'd been hoping for news about the man his parents had chosen to care for him, the man who might represent the family Harry had always dreamed of having. "Mr. Black has been completely exonerated," Shacklebolt continued with visible satisfaction. "All charges against him have been dropped, and he's been released from Azkaban with the Ministry's formal apology and substantial compensation for his wrongful imprisonment." The news should have filled Harry with joy, but something in the adult's expressions suggested there were complications that hadn't yet been explained. "Where is he?" Harry asked, trying to keep the hope out of his voice. "Can I meet him?" Director Bones stepped forward, her official demeanor softening slightly as she addressed the question every adult in the room had clearly been dreading. "Mr. Black is currently in St. Mungo's Hospital," she said carefully. 12 years in Azkaban have taken a severe toll on his physical and mental health. The Dementors who guard that prison drain hope and happiness from those around them, and prolonged exposure can cause permanent damage. Harry felt his newfound hope crumble like sand. His godfather was free but damaged, available but potentially unable to provide the family relationship Harry so desperately wanted. "Will he get better?" he asked, his young voice barely above a whisper. "The healers are optimistic about his physical recovery," Director Bones replied with professional caution. "The psychological healing will take longer, and we can't be certain how complete it will be. 12 years of trauma cannot be undone quickly or easily. But," she added with a slight smile, "he's been asking about you constantly since the moment he was released. Mr. Black's primary concern has been your welfare, and whether you've been properly cared for." The image of a man he'd never met worrying about his well-being from a hospital bed sent complicated emotions surging through Harry's chest. Here was someone who actually wanted him, who'd been thinking about him all these years, who'd suffered partly because of his association with Harry's family. "Can I see him?" Harry asked. "Even if he's sick, can I meet him?" The adults exchanged glances that suggested this question had been anticipated and debated. "We believe that would be beneficial for both of you," Professor Dumbledore said finally. "However, the meeting will need to be carefully managed. Mr. Black's emotional state is still quite fragile, and we don't want either of you to be hurt by unrealistic expectations." Harry nodded, understanding that this meeting would be complicated and potentially difficult, but the chance to finally meet the man his parents had chosen as his guardian, the person who represented his only remaining family connection, was worth whatever emotional challenges it might present. "There's one more thing," Professor McGonagall said, her voice carrying a formality that suggested she was about to deliver information of considerable importance. "The investigation into your inheritance has revealed additional provisions in your parents' will that we feel you should know about." She opened a folder containing legal documents that bore the official seals of both the Ministry and Gringotts Bank. "Your parents established multiple trust funds for your education and care," she explained, "but they also left specific instructions regarding your training in the event that Voldemort returned to power during your childhood." Harry leaned forward, curious about what plans his parents had made for circumstances they'd hoped would never arise. "James and Lily Potter were members of the Order of the Phoenix," Professor McGonagall continued. "They understood that their work fighting dark wizards might put their child in danger, so they made provisions for your magical education to be accelerated if circumstances required it." She withdrew another document, this one bearing his parents' signatures and written in their own handwriting. They authorized the use of family resources to provide you with the finest magical instruction available, regardless of your age or the conventional timeline for such education. In essence, Mr. Potter, They gave their permission for exactly the kind of intensive training you've been receiving. The knowledge that his current education was something his parents had anticipated and approved filled Harry with a warmth that had nothing to do with magic. Even in death, James and Lily Potter had been looking out for their son, making plans to ensure his survival and success in whatever circumstances might arise. But the weight of the prophecy still pressed down on him like a physical burden. No matter how much support he received, how advanced his training became, or how many people rallied to his protection, the fundamental truth remained unchanged. Either he would kill Voldemort, or Voldemort would kill him. Professor Dumbledore seemed to sense the direction of Harry's thoughts, because he moved to stand beside the boy's chair with an expression of gentle understanding. "Harry," he said softly, "I know this is overwhelming. The prophecy, your godfather's situation, the revelation about your parents' plans. You're being asked to process information that would challenge adults, let alone a child your age. But I want you to remember something very important," the headmaster continued. "Prophecies speak of possibilities, not certainties. Your future is not written in stone simply because ancient magic glimpsed one potential outcome." "How can you be sure?" Harry asked, voicing the fear that had been growing in his chest since hearing the prophecy's words. "Because," Dumbledore replied with a slight smile, "prophecies require choice to be fulfilled." Voldemort could have ignored the prophecy entirely, could have decided that a baby posed no threat to his power. Instead, he chose to act upon it, and that choice created the very circumstances the prophecy described. The headmaster moved to his desk and gestured toward Fawkes, who burst into song as if summoned by some invisible signal. Similarly, you have choices to make about how you respond to the prophecy's implications. You can allow it to define and limit you, or you can use it as motivation to become strong enough to protect everyone you care about. Auror Shacklebolt stepped forward with an expression that suggested he had practical matters to address. "Mr. Potter, in light of the prophecy and the current threat level, the Ministry is prepared to provide additional security and resources for your protection. We can assign Auror guards, establish safe houses, implement magical monitoring that would track any threats to your person. But," he added with evident respect for Harry's growing maturity, "the decision about what level of protection you want is ultimately yours to make. You've demonstrated remarkable magical development and tactical awareness for someone your age. We're prepared to treat you as a junior partner in planning your own security, rather than simply a protected asset." The offer was both flattering and terrifying. Being treated as a partner in adult decision-making meant accepting responsibility for choices that could affect not just his own safety, but the welfare of everyone around him. "I want to learn everything," Harry said finally, his young voice carrying a determination that surprised even him. "If I'm going to have to face Voldemort eventually, I want to be ready. I want to be strong enough to protect my friends and make sure no one else gets hurt because of me." The adults in the room exchanged glances that spoke of both admiration and concern. Harry's response showed remarkable maturity, but also highlighted the tragedy of a 6-year-old boy accepting such enormous responsibility. "Very well," Professor Dumbledore said with formal gravity. "In that case, we'll accelerate your training even further. You'll receive instruction from the finest magical practitioners in Britain, including members of the Order of the Phoenix, who specialize in combating dark magic." Director Bones nodded her approval. "The Ministry will provide access to restricted magical knowledge and advanced defensive techniques. You'll learn things that most Aurors don't master until years into their careers. And," Professor McGonagall added, with something that might have been maternal pride, "you'll do it all while maintaining the academic progress and emotional development appropriate for a child your age. We won't allow the demands of your magical education to overshadow your need to simply be a boy." As the meeting concluded and plans were made for Harry's expanded education, he felt a complex mixture of emotions swirling in his chest. Fear at the enormity of what lay ahead, excitement at the magical knowledge he would gain, sadness for the normal childhood he would never have, and beneath it all, a growing sense of purpose that felt both burdensome and empowering. Walking back to the Hufflepuff common room, Harry reflected on how drastically his understanding of himself and his future had changed in the space of a single conversation. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived. He was Harry Potter, the child mentioned in prophecy, the boy being trained to face the most dangerous dark wizard in generations. But he was also Harry Potter, the Hufflepuff who had friends willing to stand with him, teachers dedicated to his success, and a godfather who'd spent 12 years in prison thinking about his welfare. He was loved, supported, and valued in ways that the Dursleys had never allowed him to believe possible. When he entered the common room and found Ron and Hermione waiting for him with expressions of concern and determination, Harry knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, he wouldn't face them alone. The prophecy might dictate the ultimate confrontation he would have to endure, but it said nothing about the friends who would stand beside him, the teachers who would prepare him, or the community that had chosen to claim him as their own. That evening, as he sat by the fireplace with his closest friends and shared what he could about the prophecy and his godfather's situation, Harry Potter began to understand that destiny was not something that happened to him, but something he could actively shape through his choices and relationships. The boy who would one day face Voldemort was not just a weapon being forged through intensive training, but a person surrounded by love and supported by a community that would do anything to ensure his success. And that, Harry thought, as he drifted off to sleep that night, might just be the power the Dark Lord knew not. The attack came at dawn on the winter solstice, when the magical barriers surrounding Hogwarts were at their most complex and powerful configurations. Harry woke not to the burning pain of his scar, but to a sensation he'd never experienced before. The feeling of magical defenses being systematically torn apart by forces that treated ancient protections like cobwebs to be brushed aside. The dormitory around him was already stirring with unnatural alertness. His doormates were sitting up in their beds, their faces reflecting the same sense of wrongness that had pulled Harry from sleep. This wasn't the focused assault they'd experienced before, but something larger and more comprehensive that seemed to be attacking the very foundations of Hogwarts itself. "Everyone up," called Justin Finch Fletchley, his voice carrying an authority that seemed far too mature for a third-year student. "This isn't a drill. Emergency procedures now." Harry rolled out of bed and began dressing with the automatic efficiency that months of intensive training had drilled into him. Around the dormitory, his housemates moved with similar practiced speed, gathering emergency supplies and defensive equipment that had been strategically placed throughout their living space. Through the diamond-paned windows, Harry could see lights moving across the grounds in patterns that spoke of coordinated military assault rather than random attack. This wasn't a probe or reconnaissance mission. This was the full-scale war that everyone had been preparing for since his arrival at Hogwarts. The common room was controlled chaos when they arrived, with older students directing younger ones toward predetermined safe positions, while prefects coordinated with house ghosts who were serving as messengers between different parts of the castle. Susan Bones appeared at Harry's side almost immediately, her face set with grim determination. Aunt Amelia sent word through the Flu network. She reported with military precision. The Ministry detected massive magical disturbances around the school perimeter at approximately 4 this morning. Whatever's happening, it's bigger than anything we've prepared for. The Great Hall had been transformed into something resembling a military command center, but on a scale that dwarfed their previous defensive preparations. The 4 house tables had been completely removed, replaced by tactical stations, where teachers coordinated with Order of the Phoenix members who had apparently been stationed around the castle in anticipation of exactly this scenario. Professor McGonagall stood at the center of the organized chaos, her usual stern demeanor replaced by something that looked remarkably like martial command presence. She was issuing orders to teachers and advanced students with the efficiency of someone who had planned for this moment down to the smallest detail. "Mr. Potter," she called as soon as she spotted Harry among the arriving students. "Report to Station Alpha immediately. Your training begins now." Station Alpha proved to be a defensive position near the Great Hall's main entrance, where Professor Flitwick had established what appeared to be the magical equivalent of an artillery battery. Advanced students from all 4 houses were stationed at intervals along the walls, their wands trained on focusing crystals that would amplify and coordinate their defensive spells into a unified barrier. Harry took his assigned position between 2 7th-year Ravenclaws, his small stature made less noticeable by the platform that had been conjured to bring him to the proper height. The focusing crystal before him hummed with potential energy, waiting for magical input that would be channeled into Hogwarts' comprehensive defensive grid. "Remember your training," Professor Flitwick called out to the assembled defenders. "Individual power matters less than coordination and sustained focus. We are not trying to defeat our attackers through brute force, but to maintain our defenses long enough for reinforcements to arrive." Through the Great Hall's towering windows, Harry could see the true scope of what they were facing. Dark figures moved across the grounds in formations that spoke of military discipline and strategic planning. These were not the disorganized Death Eaters of previous attacks, but something that looked disturbingly like an army. At the center of the advancing force, a figure in billowing black robes moved with fluid grace that made Harry's scar burn with recognition. Even at this distance, even through magical barriers and protective wards, Harry could sense the malevolent intelligence directing the assault. Voldemort had come to Hogwarts in person. The first wave of attacks struck the castle's outer defenses with enough force to make the ancient stones tremble. Spells that could shatter mountains struck barriers that had been strengthened by 1,000 years of accumulated protective magic, creating explosions of light and sound that illuminated the dawn sky like deadly fireworks. But Hogwarts did not yield. The castle's defenses, powered by the combined magical energy of everyone inside and reinforced by centuries of protective enchantments, absorbed the assault and held firm. For every barrier that was destroyed, 2 more sprang up to take its place. For every ward that was penetrated, backup systems activated that were even stronger than what had been breached. "Focus your energy through the crystals," Professor Flitwick commanded, as the second wave of attacks began. "Channel your intention for protection, not aggression. We are the shield, not the sword." Harry pressed his hands against the focusing crystal assigned to him and felt his magical energy flow into the defensive network. His contribution was immediately amplified and distributed throughout the castle's protective grid, strengthening barriers and reinforcing weak points with golden light that seemed to pulse with living warmth. Around him, his fellow defenders maintained their focus with grim determination. 7th-year students who should have been worrying about career placement exams were instead channeling advanced defensive magic with the skill of veteran auras. Younger students provided steady streams of magical energy that kept the protective systems functioning at peak efficiency. But it was the coordination between houses that made their defense truly formidable. Gryffindors provided courage that strengthened offensive capabilities. Ravenclaws contributed intellectual precision that optimized spell efficiency. Slytherins added cunning strategies that confused and misdirected attackers. And Hufflepuff's, Harry's own house, provided the loyal determination that held everything together when other motivations might falter. The battle raged for hours, with waves of attackers striking at different points around the castle's perimeter. Each assault was more sophisticated than the last, probing for weaknesses and testing different approaches to breaching Hogwarts' legendary defenses. But gradually, it became clear that the attackers were not trying to break into the castle so much as they were trying to isolate it. Spells designed to cut communication lines struck the Owlery and Floo network connections. Hexes meant to disrupt transportation targeted the grounds where reinforcements might arrive. Curses aimed at creating psychological pressure filled the air with whispers of despair and images of defeat. "They're not trying to capture Hogwarts," Hermione observed during a brief lull in the assault. She had appeared at Harry's station with an armload of books and scrolls, her research instincts apparently undiminished by the surrounding chaos. "They're trying to cut us off from outside help and force a surrender through attrition." The strategy was as brilliant as it was terrifying. Rather than attempting to storm an impregnable fortress, Voldemort was planning to starve it into submission. Cut off from outside support and faced with an endless siege, even Hogwarts' mighty defenses would eventually fail. But the strategy had one critical flaw. It assumed that the people inside the castle would eventually lose hope. As the siege continued into its second day, something remarkable began to happen within Hogwarts's walls. Instead of despair and resignation, a sense of fierce determination began to build among the defenders. Students who had never spoken to each other across house lines were working together with seamless efficiency. Teachers who typically maintained professional distance from their pupils were sharing strategic knowledge and advanced magical techniques with anyone capable of learning. Most remarkably, Harry found himself at the center of a transformation that went beyond simple magical defense. His presence seemed to inspire courage in everyone around him, his determination strengthening their resolve, his refusal to surrender becoming a rallying point for the entire castle. On the third day of the siege, when their food supplies were running low and magical exhaustion was beginning to affect even the strongest defenders, Harry made a decision that would define everything that followed. He was going to end this. The plan that formed in his mind was simultaneously brilliant and terrifying. Instead of waiting for Voldemort to breach their defenses or starve them into submission, Harry would take the battle to him directly, but not through conventional combat or magical dueling. Instead, he would use the very connection that had been tormenting him since birth as a weapon against his tormentor. Professor McGonagall's reaction to Harry's proposal was immediate and predictably negative. "Absolutely not," she said, with finality that brooked no argument. "Mr. Potter, what you're suggesting is not strategic thinking, it's suicide." But Harry had spent months learning not just magical techniques, but tactical analysis and strategic planning. His proposal was not the desperate gamble of a frightened child, but a calculated risk based on careful observation and growing understanding of his unique magical nature. "Professor," he said with respectful persistence, "the connection between Voldemort and me works both ways. He's been using it to gather intelligence about Hogwarts and plan his attacks. But it also means I can sense his location, his intentions, and most importantly, his magical signature." Professor Flitwick looked up from the defensive coordination charts he'd been studying, his expression shifting from concern to academic interest. "You're proposing to use the connection as a targeting system," he said slowly, "to strike at him through the magical link itself rather than through conventional spell combat?" "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "He's been treating me like a weakness to be exploited. But what if the connection is actually an advantage I can use against him?" The adults exchanged glances that spoke of rapid mental calculation and strategic assessment. What Harry was proposing had never been attempted before, partly because the magical connection he shared with Voldemort was unprecedented in recorded history. The risks, Professor McGonagall said carefully, would be enormous. If the attempt failed, you could be killed or worse. But if it succeeded, Harry pointed out with logic beyond his years, the siege would end immediately, and everyone in the castle would be safe. Professor Dumbledore's arrival at their impromptu strategy session felt like the appearance of a higher authority whose judgment would determine Harry's fate. The headmaster listened to the proposal with the same careful attention he might give to a complex academic thesis, asking pointed questions about magical theory and tactical implementation. "Harry," he said finally, "what you're proposing requires a level of magical control and spiritual fortitude that most adult wizards never achieve. The psychological pressure alone could destroy your mind." But Harry had been preparing for exactly this kind of challenge through months of intensive training and emotional development. His magical abilities had grown far beyond what anyone thought possible for a 6-year-old, but more importantly, his sense of purpose and connection to the people around him had given him the spiritual strength to face whatever dangers lay ahead. "I know the risks, Professor," he said, with quiet determination. "But I also know that I can't live with myself if I don't try. These people have given me everything. They've made me feel loved and wanted and valuable. I won't let them suffer because I was too afraid to use whatever abilities I have." The sentiment seemed to affect every adult in the room, their expressions shifting from concern to something that looked remarkably like pride mixed with heartbreak. "Very well," Professor Dumbledore said, after a long moment of contemplation. "But you will not attempt this alone. We'll provide whatever magical support and protection we can manage, and if the attempt shows any sign of causing you serious harm, we will abort immediately, regardless of strategic considerations." The preparation for Harry's unprecedented magical assault took place in the Room of Requirement, which had configured itself into something that looked like a combination between an advanced magical laboratory and a meditation chamber. Protective circles had been inscribed on the floor, using materials that could channel and contain magical energies of extraordinary magnitude. Professor Flitwick supervised the technical aspects of the preparation, ensuring that Harry's magical signature was properly isolated and amplified for maximum effect. Professor McGonagall coordinated the protective measures that would shield Harry from the worst effects of psychic feedback. Professor Snape provided potions that would stabilize Harry's magical core during the intense strain of the coming attempt. But it was Professor Dumbledore who provided the final element that would make the assault possible: a deeper understanding of the connection itself and how it could be transformed from vulnerability into weapon. "Harry," the headmaster said as they made final preparations, "I want you to remember something very important. The connection between you and Voldemort was created through an act of love, your mother's sacrifice. That love is the foundation of whatever power you possess, and it is also the key to using that power effectively." As Harry settled into position at the center of the protective circles, surrounded by friends and teachers whose faces reflected their faith in his abilities, he felt something shift in his understanding of what he was about to attempt. This wasn't just about using his magical connection to strike at Voldemort. It was about transforming that connection from something that had been forced upon him into something he chose to use for protection and love. The sensation of reaching out through the mental link was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Instead of the usual invasive presence pressing against his consciousness, he was now the one doing the reaching, extending his awareness beyond his own mind and into the alien intelligence that had been tormenting him since birth. What he found there was both more and less than he had expected. Voldemort's mind was a landscape of power and ambition, but also of emptiness and fear. The Dark Lord's magical abilities were immense, but they were built on foundations that had been hollowed out by choices that had gradually stripped away everything human about him. And in that discovery, Harry found the key to victory. Instead of attacking Voldemort's power directly, Harry began to attack the emptiness that lay beneath it. He poured his own experiences of love and connection into the mental link, forcing the Dark Lord to confront emotions and relationships that his choices had made impossible for him to understand or tolerate. The effect was immediate and devastating. Across the castle grounds, Voldemort's physical form began to writhe in agony as his mind was flooded with experiences of genuine love, loyal friendship, and selfless sacrifice. The hollow core of his being, which had been sustained by hatred and fear, could not withstand contact with emotions that were fundamentally opposed to everything he had become. Harry felt the connection between them begin to burn with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm his own consciousness, but the protective magic around him held firm. His friends and teachers poured their own magical energy into the defensive matrix, strengthening his ability to maintain the assault even as the psychic feedback threatened to tear his mind apart. The siege of Hogwarts ended not with explosive combat or dramatic spell battles, but with the sound of Lord Voldemort screaming in anguish as his own emptiness was turned against him. The army of Death Eaters that had surrounded the castle fled in confusion as their master collapsed, his physical form beginning to dissolve under the pressure of contact with a love so pure and powerful that his corrupted soul could not bear its touch. When the connection finally snapped, severed by the fundamental incompatibility between what Harry represented and what Voldemort had become, Harry Potter collapsed unconscious in the center of the protective circles, his young face peaceful despite the exhaustion that had claimed him. But around him, the silence that filled Hogwarts was not the silence of defeat or death, but the profound quiet that comes after a great storm has finally passed, leaving behind a world that has been cleansed and renewed. The boy who lived had become the boy who conquered, not through violence or superior magical power, but through the simple, devastating force of a love that had been nurtured by a community that had chosen to value him above their own safety. And in that victory, the wizarding world began to understand that some powers truly were unknown to those who chose emptiness over connection, hatred over love, and isolation over the bonds that made life worth defending. Harry Potter woke to sunlight streaming through the windows of the hospital wing and the gentle sound of Madame Pomfrey humming as she tended to other patients. For a moment, disorientation clouded his thoughts. The last clear memory he had was of reaching through the mental connection to Voldemort, pouring everything he understood about love and friendship into that alien consciousness until the Dark Lord's very existence became incompatible with such pure emotions. Then awareness flooded back, and with it a profound sense of completion that he'd never experienced before. The constant ache in his scar was gone, not diminished or manageable, but completely absent for the first time since his arrival at Hogwarts. The oppressive weight of destiny that had pressed down on him for months had lifted, leaving behind a lightness that felt almost like floating. "You're awake," came a familiar voice from beside his bed. Ron Weasley was slumped in a chair that looked like it had been conjured specifically for long-term bedside vigil, his red hair even more disheveled than usual, and his freckled face bearing the exhaustion of someone who had refused to leave, despite repeated suggestions that he get proper rest. "How long was I unconscious?" Harry asked, his voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. 3 days, Ron replied with relief, so profound it was almost painful to witness. "Madame Pomfrey said your magical core had been completely drained by whatever you did to you-know-who. She wasn't sure when you'd wake up." Before Harry could respond, the sound of rapid footsteps announced Hermione's arrival. Her bushy hair was pulled back in a practical bun, and her robes were wrinkled from what appeared to be days of research and worry, but her face lit up with joy when she saw Harry's open eyes. "Harry," she said, settling into the chair on his other side, with the careful movements of someone who had been maintaining a bedside vigil for an extended period. "How do you feel? Are you in any pain? Can you remember what happened during the battle?" The questions tumbled out with typical Hermione efficiency, but underneath the academic concern, Harry could hear genuine relief and affection that made his chest warm with gratitude for friends who had refused to abandon him even when he was unconscious and potentially dying. "I feel different," Harry said honestly, trying to put the sensation into words that would convey its significance. Like something that was always there is gone now. The connection to Voldemort. I can't sense it anymore. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances that suggested they had been discussing this possibility during his unconsciousness. "That's what Professor Dumbledore thought might happen," Hermione said carefully. "He said that the connection between you and you-know-who was created through dark magic, and that it might not survive contact with the kind of pure emotional energy you channeled through it." The hospital wing doors opened to admit a steady stream of visitors who had apparently been waiting for news of Harry's recovery. Professor McGonagall arrived first, her usually stern expression softened by relief and what looked remarkably like maternal pride. Behind her came Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and even Professor Snape, whose presence suggested that Harry's condition had been a matter of concern for the entire faculty. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said with formal relief, "it's good to see you awake and alert. You gave us all quite a scare." "But it worked," Harry said, "and it wasn't really a question. Voldemort is gone." "Completely," Professor Flitwick confirmed with academic satisfaction. "Whatever you did to him appears to have been permanently effective. The magical signature that identified him as a distinct entity has been completely eradicated from our detection spells." The professor's choice of words was careful and precise, reflecting the scholarly approach he brought to even the most dramatic magical phenomena. "What exactly did happen?" Harry asked, curiosity beginning to overcome the exhaustion that still weighed down his small frame. Professor Snape, surprisingly, was the one who provided the explanation. "You weaponized love, Potter," he said, with something that might have been grudging admiration. "You forced a creature that had systematically removed every human emotion from his existence to experience the full intensity of connection and sacrifice. His magical core, which had been sustained by hatred and fear, could not withstand contact with emotions that were fundamentally opposed to everything he had become." The potions master's analysis was delivered in his usual clinical tone, but Harry caught something underneath that sounded almost like respect. "The technique you used was unprecedented in recorded magical history," Snape continued. "Most attempts to attack dark wizards through emotional manipulation result in the attacker being corrupted by contact with dark emotions. You achieved the opposite effect, essentially purifying your target out of existence." As the day progressed, Harry received visits from people whose presence spoke to how dramatically his situation had changed. Director Bones arrived with official ministry recognition of his service to the wizarding community, including honors that had never before been awarded to someone his age. Members of the Order of the Phoenix came to express their gratitude and amazement at what he had accomplished. But the most significant visit came in the evening, when a man Harry had never met but somehow recognized appeared beside his bed with the silent grace of someone accustomed to moving unnoticed. Sirius Black was nothing like what Harry had expected, based on the old photographs and descriptions he'd heard. The man standing beside his hospital bed was thin almost to the point of frailty, his once handsome features marked by lines that spoke of suffering and loss. But his eyes, dark and intelligent, and filled with an emotion Harry couldn't quite identify, were focused on Harry's face with an intensity that made the boy suddenly self-conscious. "Hello, Harry," Sirius said, his voice carrying traces of aristocratic pronunciation that had survived 12 years in Azkaban. "I'm Sirius Black, your godfather." The introduction was simple, but it carried weight that seemed to settle into Harry's bones like warmth on a cold day. Here was the man his parents had chosen to care for him, the person who had spent over a decade in prison, partly because of his connection to Harry's family, the only remaining link to James and Lily Potter. "You look like your father," Sirius continued, settling carefully into the chair Ron had vacated. "But you have your mother's eyes, and her expression when she was thinking about something important." Harry studied his godfather's face, searching for resemblances to the carefree young man he'd seen in old photographs. The years in Azkaban had taken a visible toll, leaving Sirius looking older than his actual age and bearing scars that went deeper than mere physical injury. "I'm sorry you were in prison because of me," Harry said quietly, the words carrying guilt he'd been feeling since learning about Sirius's situation. Sirius's expression immediately became fierce. "Don't you dare apologize for that, Harry. What happened to me was the result of other people's choices and the failures of a justice system that was too eager to find someone to blame. You were a baby. None of it was your fault." The vehemence in his godfather's voice surprised Harry, but also provided a kind of relief he hadn't expected. Here was an adult who refused to let him carry responsibility for circumstances beyond his control. "I want you to know," Sirius continued, his voice becoming gentler, that I've been thinking about you every day since your parents died. Even in Azkaban, even when I thought I might never get out, my biggest worry was whether you were being properly cared for and loved." The confession brought tears to Harry's eyes that he didn't try to hide. The knowledge that someone had been thinking about him, worrying about him, loving him from a distance during all those years with the Dursleys felt like a gift he hadn't known he needed. "What happens now?" Harry asked, voicing the question that had been growing in his mind since awakening. "Voldemort is gone, but I still don't have anywhere to go besides Hogwarts." Sirius's expression became very serious. "That's something we need to discuss, along with several other important matters about your future. But first, I want you to know that you absolutely have somewhere to go. You have a godfather who loves you and wants to provide you with the home and family you should have had all along." The promise was everything Harry had dreamed of hearing, but it also raised practical questions about how such an arrangement would work. Director Bones visited again the following day, this time accompanied by legal documents that would formalize Harry's guardianship arrangements and resolve the various irregularities that had complicated his situation for years. "Mr. Potter," she announced with official satisfaction, "I'm pleased to inform you that all charges and investigations related to your inheritance and guardianship have been resolved in your favor. The unauthorized withdrawals from your trust funds will be fully reimbursed with interest, and Mr. Black has been officially recognized as your legal guardian as specified in your parents' will." She opened a folder containing what appeared to be extensive legal documentation. "Furthermore, the Ministry is establishing new protocols for the protection of magical children to ensure that no child experiences the kind of neglect and abuse you suffered. Your case has led to significant reforms in how we monitor and support young wizards and witches who may be at risk. The knowledge that his suffering might prevent other children from experiencing similar treatment provided Harry with a sense of purpose that went beyond his personal victory over Voldemort. In the weeks that followed his recovery, Harry's life settled into a new routine that felt both familiar and completely different from anything he'd experienced before. His classes continued under the supervision of professors who had adapted their teaching methods to accommodate a student whose magical development had far exceeded normal expectations. But now his education was supplemented by regular visits from Sirius, who was slowly recovering his own health while learning to be the guardian he'd always intended to become. Their relationship developed gradually, built on conversations about Harry's parents, stories about the magical world beyond Hogwarts, and the careful establishment of trust between two people who had both been damaged by circumstances beyond their control. "Harry," Sirius said during one of their afternoon walks around the castle grounds, "I want you to understand something about the choice you made during the final battle. What you did required a level of courage and sacrifice that most adult wizards never achieve. They were walking beside the lake, where the giant squid occasionally surfaced to observe their progress with what appeared to be benevolent interest. But," Sirius continued, "I also want you to know that your childhood doesn't have to be over just because you've accomplished something extraordinary. You're still a 6-year-old boy who deserves to experience joy and play, and all the wonderful things that come with being young. The permission to still be a child, coming from the adult who would be responsible for his care, felt like another kind of liberation." Harry had been carrying the weight of adult responsibilities for so long that he'd almost forgotten what it felt like to simply be a boy. As spring arrived at Hogwarts, bringing with it the renewal and growth that seemed to characterize everything about Harry's new life, he found himself looking forward to a future that held promise instead of threat. The prophecy that had defined his existence for so long was fulfilled. But rather than ending his story, it had simply marked the beginning of a new chapter. The cottage in Godric's Hollow had been restored to its original condition through a combination of magic and careful craftsmanship that honored both its historical significance and its potential as a family home. Harry's first visit there with Sirius was emotional, but healing, allowing him to connect with his heritage while beginning to create new memories in spaces that had once belonged to his parents. "Your mother planted this garden," Sirius explained, as they walked through flower beds that had been maintained by house elf magic during the years the property stood empty. "She said she wanted you to grow up, surrounded by beautiful things that would remind you how much you were loved." The garden was magnificent, filled with flowers that seemed to glow with their own internal light, and herbs that released magical fragrances when touched by the breeze. But what struck Harry most powerfully was the evidence of his mother's planning and preparation for his happiness, the care she had taken to ensure his childhood would be filled with wonder and beauty. Standing in his parents' garden, surrounded by the evidence of their love and held secure by the knowledge that Sirius would be there to guide and protect him, Harry Potter finally understood what home actually meant. The boy who had once been nothing more than an unwanted burden locked in a cupboard under the stairs had become something the wizarding world had never seen before. A child who had defeated the greatest dark wizard in history, not through superior magic or tactical brilliance, but through the simple, devastating power of love that had been nurtured by a community that had chosen to value him above their own safety. But more than that, he had become Harry Potter, a boy with a godfather who loved him, friends who would stand with him through anything, teachers who believed in his potential, and a future that stretched ahead, filled with possibilities instead of predetermined destiny. As summer approached and plans were made for Harry's first real vacation, spent in the home his parents had prepared for him under the care of the man they had chosen to raise him, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that desperate morning when accidental magic had transported him onto the Hogwarts Express. The magic that had brought him to Hogwarts had been born from pain and desperation, a child's unconscious cry for help and safety. But the magic he carried with him into his new life was something entirely different, the accumulated love of a community that had chosen to claim him as their own, the deep bonds of friendship that had sustained him through his darkest moments, and the unshakable knowledge that he was valued and wanted and cherished. The wizarding world would remember Harry Potter as the boy who lived, the child who had defeated Voldemort through courage and sacrifice and the power of love. But Harry himself would remember this time as when he learned what it meant to have a family, to belong somewhere completely, and to be surrounded by people who would do anything to ensure his happiness and safety. And in the end, that transformation from unwanted burden to beloved child was perhaps the most powerful magic of all. On the train ride back to London, at the end of his first year at Hogwarts, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in a compartment that felt completely different from the one where he'd first appeared as a frightened 6-year-old fleeing from abuse. They were planning adventures for the summer, discussing the letters they would exchange, and making promises to stay in touch that Harry knew would be kept. But what filled him with the deepest satisfaction was the knowledge that when the train reached King's Cross Station, Sirius would be waiting for him on platform 9 3/4. His godfather would be there to collect him, to take him home to the cottage in Godric's Hollow, where his parents had once lived, and where he would now grow up surrounded by love and safety, and all the wonderful possibilities that came with having a family who valued him above everything else. The boy who had accidentally apparated onto the Hogwarts Express in a desperate bid for safety was returning to the platform as someone who belonged completely in the magical world, who had friends and family and a home where he was wanted and cherished. And as the train pulled into the station and Harry caught sight of Sirius waiting for him with a smile that spoke of joy and pride and unconditional love, Harry Potter finally understood that sometimes the most powerful magic wasn't about defeating dark wizards or fulfilling ancient prophecies. Sometimes the most powerful magic was simply about finding the place where you belonged and the people who would love you exactly as you were. The war was over. The prophecy was fulfilled. The boy who lived had become the boy who conquered. But most importantly, Harry Potter had finally come home. The Hogwarts Express shuddered to a complete stop with a final hiss of steam, and Harry felt his stomach drop with renewed anxiety. Through the compartment window, he could see students beginning to disembark, their excited voices carrying through the evening air. Older students moved with practiced efficiency, gathering their belongings and herding younger ones toward the station platform. Everyone seemed to know exactly what they were supposed to be doing. Everyone except Harry. He pressed closer to the window, watching the organized chaos outside with wide eyes. Students wore the same black robes as Ron and Hermione, but Harry could see subtle differences in the colored trim that marked different houses. A group of older girls swept past wearing green and silver, their heads held high with aristocratic pride. A cluster of younger boys in blue and bronze chattered excitedly about something called transfiguration theory. This was a world with rules Harry didn't understand, traditions he'd never learned, expectations he couldn't possibly meet. The brief warmth he'd felt in the safety of the compartment began to fade, replaced by the familiar cold knot of inadequacy that lived permanently in his chest. "You're frightened," Hermione observed gently, settling back into her seat instead of gathering her things like the other students. Her brown eyes held an understanding that seemed far too mature for someone barely into her teens. "That's perfectly natural, you know. Starting at a new school is always overwhelming, even when you're prepared for it." "But I'm not supposed to be here," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible over the sounds of departure outside. "I don't know anything about magic or schools for wizards. I don't even know how to read properly." The admission brought heat to his cheeks. The Dursleys had enrolled him in primary school because the law required it, but they'd never helped with homework or encouraged his learning. When he struggled with reading, Vernon had called him stupid. When he'd asked for help with maths, Petunia had told him that freaks didn't deserve education. Ron's face darkened at Harry's words, his freckles standing out starkly against his pale skin. "What do you mean you don't know how to read properly?" "Every 6-year-old can read." "Not every 6-year-old, Hermione said quietly, her voice carrying a wealth of implication. "Some children don't get the support they need at home." She was looking at Harry with that same careful assessment she'd used earlier, cataloguing not just his physical condition, but the educational neglect that was becoming increasingly obvious. Her expression shifted from sympathy to something that looked remarkably like fury. "Did they ever help you with schoolwork?" she asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Harry shook his head, unable to meet her eyes. Dudley got tutors when his marks were poor. Harry got locked in his cupboard when teachers sent notes home about his progress. The contrast had never seemed strange to him before. But sitting here with these two children who spoke with casual intelligence about complex subjects, the inequality felt suddenly crushing. "Well, that settles it then," Ron declared, his voice carrying the kind of matter-of-fact determination that Harry suspected ran in the Weasley family. "We'll just have to teach you everything ourselves. Ron," Hermione said carefully, "you're sweet to offer, but Harry needs proper instruction. He needs teachers who understand how to help children who've been educationally neglected." "I need to go back," Harry said suddenly, panic rising in his chest. "I'm not supposed to be here. I don't belong with all these smart children who know about magic and schools and proper things." He started to stand, though he had no idea where he thought he could go. The train was stationary, surrounded by students and teachers and magical folk who would surely realize he was an imposter the moment they looked at him. But the overwhelming sense of not belonging, of taking up space meant for someone worthier, drove him to his feet. Ron's hand shot out, catching Harry's thin wrist with gentle firmness. "Where exactly do you think you're going to go?" "Back to the cupboard under the stairs. Back to people who lock you up for being magical." When he put it like that, the idea of returning to Privet Drive seemed impossibly foolish, but the alternative, staying in this world of impossible wonders where he clearly didn't fit, felt just as terrifying. "I don't know anything," Harry said desperately. I can't do magic on purpose. I don't have the right clothes or books or anything. Everyone's going to know I don't belong." Hermione stood up and moved to sit beside Harry, her presence warm and steadying. "Listen to me," she said firmly. "Magic doesn't care if you can read Latin or if you know the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Magic cares about heart and intention and need. And from what I've seen, you have more than enough of all three." Outside the window, a giant of a man was making his way through the crowds of students. He had wild black hair and a beard that covered most of his face, and he was calling out in a booming voice about first years gathering for the boats across the lake. "That's Hagrid," Ron explained, following Harry's gaze. "He's the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and he's the one who's supposed to collect all the first years for their boat ride to the castle." "But I'm not a first year," Harry said, confusion adding to his anxiety. "I'm only 6. "No," Hermione said thoughtfully. "You're not a first year in the traditional sense. You're something entirely unprecedented. A 6-year-old who performed accidental apparition powerful enough to transport himself onto a moving magical train. Do you understand how extraordinary that is?" "I didn't mean to do it," Harry said quickly, the automatic defense of a child accustomed to being blamed for things beyond his control. "Of course you didn't mean to do it," Ron said with surprising gentleness. "That's what makes it so impressive. Accidental magic is usually small things. Blowing up your aunt, turning a teacher's hair blue, that sort of thing. But you managed something that takes most adult wizards years to learn safely." The compartment door slid open with a soft click, interrupting their conversation. A tall, stern-looking woman in emerald green robes stood in the doorway, her sharp eyes taking in the scene before her. Her black hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her expression suggested she was not accustomed to having her expectations disrupted. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley," she said crisply, her Scottish accent lending authority to every word. "You should be disembarking with the other students. The carriages are waiting, and dinner will begin shortly." "Professor McGonagall," Hermione said, rising respectfully, but not moving toward the door. "We have a rather unusual situation here." The professor's gaze shifted to Harry, and he saw her eyes widen slightly as she took in his appearance. His too large clothes, his hollow cheeks, his obvious youth compared to the other students. But it was the lightning bolt scar on his forehead that made her face go completely still. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice carefully controlled. "Might I ask what you're doing on the Hogwarts Express 5 years ahead of schedule?" The question hung in the air like a challenge. Harry found himself shrinking back against the compartment wall, overwhelmed by this woman's obvious authority, and the way her attention felt like being examined under a magnifying glass. "He appeared in our compartment during the journey, Professor," Hermione said, when it became clear Harry couldn't answer for himself. "I believe he may have performed accidental apparition." McGonagall's eyebrows rose toward her hairline. Accidental apparition? At age 6? From where? "From his relative's house," Ron said, his voice carrying an edge of anger that made the professor's attention sharpen further. "The muggles he was placed with after his parents died." Something in Ron's tone seemed to communicate volumes to Professor McGonagall. Her stern expression softened slightly as she looked at Harry again, taking in details she might have missed in her initial assessment. The fading bruise on his cheek, the way he instinctively made himself smaller when adults looked at him, the defensive posture of a child accustomed to being in trouble. "I see," she said quietly, and those 2 words carried a weight of understanding that made Harry's chest tight with anxiety. Professor McGonagall stepped fully into the compartment and slid the door closed behind her. When she spoke again, her voice was gentler than before, though no less authoritative. "Mr. Potter, I need you to tell me what happened today. What made you leave your relative's home?" Harry looked desperately at Ron and Hermione, seeking some kind of guidance. They both nodded encouragingly, Ron reaching over to squeeze his shoulder with reassuring warmth. "Uncle Vernon was angry," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. I made the eggs float by accident while I was cooking breakfast. He was going to use his belt. The temperature in the compartment seemed to drop several degrees. Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line, and when she spoke, her words were carefully controlled. I see. And when you say, use his belt, you mean? For hitting me, Harry said simply, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. When I do magic by accident. He says I have to learn not to be a freak. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry could hear his own heartbeat in his ears, rapid and frightened. Had he said something wrong? Were they going to be angry at him for speaking badly about his relatives? Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said very carefully, how often does your uncle use his belt on you? I don't know, Harry admitted. When I do magic, or when I break something, or when Dudley says I was bothering him, or when I'm too slow with chores. And how often are you locked in the cupboard? Harry's shoulders hunched defensively. It's not that bad. I have a mattress. And sometimes Aunt Petunia remembers to bring me water. Ron made a choked sound that might have been a sob. Hermione's hands had clenched into fists so tight her knuckles were white. But Professor McGonagall simply nodded, as if she was gathering evidence for some internal trial. Mr. Potter, she said gently, I want you to understand something very important. Adults should never hit children. Not with belts, not with hands, not with anything. And children should never be locked away as punishment. What your relatives have been doing to you isn't normal, and it isn't your fault. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Not his fault. In 6 years of life, no one had ever suggested that the punishments and isolation and casual cruelty might not be deserved. He'd always assumed that if he could just be good enough, normal enough, the Dursleys might eventually love him. But you said I have to go back there, he said, confusion making his voice shake. When I got my Hogwarts letter. You said I had to stay with family. Professor McGonagall's expression went very still. Mr. Potter, you're 6 years old. You won't receive your Hogwarts letter for 5 more years. But I'm here now, Harry said desperately. On the magic train going to the magic school. Doesn't that mean I belong here? The professor looked at Ron and Hermione, both of whom were watching her with expressions that clearly indicated they expected her to make this right, to somehow fix a situation that had spiraled far beyond normal protocols and procedures. This is highly irregular, she said finally. There are procedures for situations like this. Protocols to follow. The ministry will need to be notified, and decisions will need to be made about your placement and education. You can't send him back there, Hermione said fiercely, abandoning her usual respectful tone. Professor, you heard what he said. They're abusing him. Miss Granger, while I appreciate your concern, there are legal considerations. Mr. Potter was placed with his relatives for very specific reasons, reasons that involved his safety and protection. What protection? Ron demanded, his voice rising. Look at him, Professor. Does he look protected to you? Harry found himself caught between gratitude for their defense and terror that their arguing might get them all in trouble. He'd learned early that adults didn't like it when children caused problems or made demands. Please don't fight, he said quietly. I'll be good. I'll go wherever you think I should go. The simple acceptance in his voice seemed to affect all 3 adults more than any amount of arguing might have. Professor McGonagall's stern facade cracked slightly, revealing something that looked almost like pain. Mr. Potter, she said softly, you are being good. You've done nothing wrong, and you have every right to ask for safety and care. She stood up, her decision apparently made. Gather your things, all of you. Mr. Potter may not be starting Hogwarts in the traditional sense, but he's here now, and we'll sort out the details later. But Professor, Hermione said carefully, what about his clothes, his books? He doesn't have any of the supplies he'd need. Then we'll provide them, McGonagall said briskly, back to her usual efficient manner. Hogwarts has dealt with unusual circumstances before, though admittedly never quite this unusual. She moved toward the compartment door, then paused and looked back at Harry. "Mr. Potter, I want you to understand something. Whatever happens next, whatever decisions are made about your future, you are not going back to people who would hurt you. Do you understand me?" Harry nodded, though the concept felt too large and wonderful to quite believe. "Good," she said firmly. "Now then, let's get you to the castle. I suspect Professor Dumbledore will want to speak with you, and the Sorting Hat is going to have quite the puzzle to work through." As they gathered their minimal belongings and prepared to leave the compartment, Ron grabbed Harry's arm gently. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. "I know this is all a bit overwhelming." Harry looked around the compartment that had been his sanctuary for the past hour, then at the two children who had shown him more kindness than he'd ever known existed. "I think so," he said honestly. "It's scary, but it's good scary. Like Christmas morning might be if I'd ever had a real Christmas." Hermione's eyes filled with tears at that simple statement, but her voice was steady when she spoke. "Well then," she said, with determined brightness, "I think it's time you experienced a proper magical Christmas, and birthdays, and all the wonderful things children are supposed to have." As they stepped off the train into the cool evening air, Harry looked up at the castle rising before them. It was enormous and ancient and beautiful, with hundreds of windows glowing like earthbound stars. Students were making their way toward it in chattering groups, some in horse-drawn carriages, others in small boats across the vast lake. "This way, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, guiding him toward where the youngest students were boarding boats under Hagrid's supervision. But as they approached the giant man, Harry felt his anxiety spike again. What would happen when everyone realized he wasn't supposed to be there? What would they think of a 6-year-old who didn't know how to be a proper wizard? As if sensing his thoughts, Ron fell into step beside him. "You know what the best thing about Hogwarts is?" he said conversationally. "What?" Harry asked. "Nobody here is normal," Ron said with a grin. "We've got ghosts and moving paintings and a poltergeist who throws water balloons at first years. My brothers once turned a corridor into a swamp for a prank, and one of them dated a girl who turned out to be part Veela. Normal is the last thing anyone expects around here. Plus," Hermione added from his other side, "magical children often start showing abilities at unusual ages or in unexpected ways. What you did today, the accidental apparition, it's not unheard of. Just very rare and very powerful. Right then," called Hagrid as they approached the lakeside. "First years over here. 4 to a boat, and mind you don't rock them too much." He spotted Harry among the group and did a visible double-take, his beetle-black eyes widening in recognition. "Blimey," he breathed. "Harry Potter. But you're just a little thing. What are you doing here so early?" Professor McGonagall stepped forward before Harry could attempt an answer. "Mr. Hagrid, this is an unusual situation that we'll need to discuss with Professor Dumbledore. For now, please just ensure Mr. Potter gets safely across the lake with the other new students." "Course, Professor," Hagrid said immediately, though his eyes remained fixed on Harry with a mixture of wonder and concern. "Come on then, Harry. Let's get you across to the castle." Harry found himself in a boat with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy named Neville, who seemed almost as nervous as Harry felt. As they pushed off from the shore, propelled by some invisible magic that made the boats glide smoothly across the dark water, Harry got his first clear view of Hogwarts Castle. It was even more magnificent from the lake than it had been from the train. Towers and turrets rose into the star-filled sky, their windows glowing with warm light that reflected on the water like scattered gold. The castle seemed to grow larger as they approached, revealing architectural details that spoke of centuries of magical history. "Wicked, isn't it?" Ron said, following Harry's awed gaze. "Wait until you see the inside. Moving staircases, talking paintings, suits of armor that walk around on their own. The Great Hall has a ceiling that shows the sky," Hermione added. "It's charmed to look like the outdoors, so you can see the stars and weather even when you're inside." "Is it always this beautiful?" Harry asked, his voice filled with wonder. "Always," Neville said shyly, speaking for the first time since they'd gotten in the boat. "My Gran says Hogwarts is the most magical place in Britain." As their boat approached the castle's dock, Harry felt something shift inside his chest. Not the cold knot of fear he was accustomed to, but something warm and expanding. For the first time in his life, he was approaching a place where magic was normal, where strange abilities were celebrated rather than punished, where children were taught and protected rather than hidden away. The boats bumped gently against the stone dock, and Hagrid began helping students disembark. When he reached for Harry, his massive hands were surprisingly gentle. "There you go, Harry," he said kindly. "Welcome to Hogwarts, your real home, just like it was for your mum and dad." The mention of his parents sent a familiar pang through Harry's chest, but this time it was accompanied by something new. Curiosity rather than just sadness. These people had known his parents. They could tell him stories, share memories, help him understand where he'd come from. As they made their way up the stone steps toward the castle's entrance, Harry found himself walking between Ron and Hermione, their presence a steady comfort in this overwhelming new world. Behind them came the other new students, chattering excitedly about what lay ahead. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter was part of a group moving toward something wonderful rather than running away from something terrible. And as the massive doors of Hogwarts opened to welcome them inside, he began to believe that maybe, just maybe, he really did belong here, after all. The Great Hall was beyond anything Harry's young imagination could have conjured. The ceiling soared impossibly high above their heads, displaying a perfect night sky, complete with slowly drifting clouds and twinkling stars. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, casting warm golden light over 4 long tables filled with students in house colours. At the far end of the hall, teachers sat at a high table, their faces turned toward the incoming group of new students. Harry walked between Ron and Hermione, his neck craned back as he tried to take in every magical detail. Moving paintings lined the walls, their subjects waving and chatting with each other across frames. Banners hung from the walls in house colours, red and gold for Gryffindor, green and silver for Slytherin, blue and bronze for Ravenclaw, and yellow and black for Hufflepuff. It was like stepping into the most wonderful dream he'd ever had, except dreams had never felt this real or this overwhelming. "Look at his face," Ron whispered to Hermione, and Harry caught the fond smile in his voice. "It's like watching someone see magic for the first time." "That's exactly what this is," Hermione replied softly. "Can you imagine what this must be like for him?" The other first years clustered together, nervously, as Professor McGonagall led them to the front of the hall. Harry could feel hundreds of eyes watching their progress, curious gazes taking in the new arrivals. But when those eyes landed on him, he saw confusion ripple through the crowd. He was clearly younger than the others, smaller and more fragile-looking in his oversized clothes. Whispers began to spread through the hall like wildfire. "Is that really Harry Potter? But he's just a baby. Why is he here so early? What happened to his relatives?" Harry pressed closer to Ron's side, overwhelmed by the attention and speculation. He'd never been the center of so much focus before, unless it was negative attention from the Dursleys. This felt different, but no less intimidating. Professor McGonagall reached the front of the hall and turned to face the assembled students. In her hands, she carried an ancient, pointed wizard's hat that looked as though it had seen better centuries. The hat sat on a 3-legged stool, seemingly ordinary, except for the fact that it was clearly very old and somehow important. "When the sorting hat is placed on your head," McGonagall announced to the group of first years, "it will announce the house where you belong. You will remain in that house for your time at Hogwarts, and your house will become your family. Family." The word sent a complicated pang through Harry's chest. The Dursleys were his family by blood, but they had never felt like family in the way McGonagall meant it. But these children, Ron and Hermione, and even shy Neville, had already shown him more familial warmth in a few hours than he'd received in 6 years. At the high table, Harry caught sight of an elderly wizard with a long silver beard and eyes that twinkled behind half-moon spectacles. Even at this distance, there was something about the man that commanded attention and respect. Other teachers flanked him, including a man with greasy black hair who was staring at Harry with an expression of shock and something that might have been recognition. "That's Professor Dumbledore," Hermione whispered, following his gaze. "He's the headmaster, the greatest wizard of our time." "And that's Professor Snape," Ron added, nodding toward the dark-haired man. "Potions master. Word is he's not fond of Gryffindors, but he's brilliant at what he does." The Sorting Hat suddenly came to life, opening what appeared to be a mouth along its brim. It began to sing, in a raspy but melodious voice, explaining the history and qualities of each house. Harry listened with fascination as the hat described courage for Gryffindor, cunning for Slytherin, wisdom for Ravenclaw, and loyalty for Hufflepuff. When the song ended, Professor McGonagall began calling names from a long scroll. One by one, students approached the stool, had the hat placed on their heads, and were sorted into houses amid cheers and applause from their new housemates. Hannah Abbott was sorted into Hufflepuff, Terry Boot into Ravenclaw, and Lavender Brown into Gryffindor. Each sorting brought enthusiastic celebration from the chosen house, making it clear that this was as much about acceptance and belonging as it was about academic placement. Harry watched the process with growing anxiety. What if the hat couldn't sort him? What if it took one look inside his head and declared him unsuitable for any house? What if his arrival was all some terrible mistake, and he'd be sent back to Privet Drive before he'd even had a chance to truly experience the magical world? "Hermione Granger," Professor McGonagall called, and Hermione gave Harry's hand a quick, reassuring squeeze before walking forward. The hat was placed on her bushy head and sat there for what felt like several long minutes. Harry could see Hermione's lips moving slightly, as if she was having an internal conversation with the hat. Finally, it called out Gryffindor, and the red and gold table erupted in cheers. Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor as well, though the hat took so long to decide that Harry wondered if it had fallen asleep. When Neville finally joined his new housemates, he looked nearly faint with relief. "Potter, Harry," Professor McGonagall called, and the great hall fell absolutely silent. Every eye in the massive room focused on Harry as he took shaky steps toward the stool. The silence was so complete he could hear his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. He caught sight of Professor Dumbledore leaning forward with obvious interest, his blue eyes fixed intently on Harry's small form. Professor McGonagall's expression was carefully neutral as she lifted the ancient hat, but Harry thought he caught a flicker of concern in her eyes. The hat was enormous on his 6-year-old head, slipping down to cover his eyes and rest on his shoulders like an oversized hood. The moment the hat settled on his head, Harry heard a voice that seemed to come from inside his own mind. "Well, well, well," the voice said with obvious surprise. "Harry Potter, 5 years ahead of schedule. This is most irregular indeed." "I'm sorry," Harry thought desperately. "I didn't mean to come early. I was just trying to get away." "Oh, my dear boy," the hat replied with something like kindness. "You have nothing to apologize for. But what an interesting mind you have. I can see so much pain here, so much fear and loneliness, but also such courage, such determination to survive and protect yourself." Harry held his breath, waiting for the hat's verdict. Around him, he could sense the entire great hall waiting with him, though he couldn't see anything beyond the dark interior of the ancient hat. "I can see your mother's courage in you," the hat continued thoughtfully, "and your father's recklessness. But there's something else here, something that speaks of deep loyalty and the desperate desire to belong. You've been alone for so long, haven't you?" "Yes," Harry admitted silently. "Well then, we shall have to find you a family, won't we?" I can see you would do well in any house, young Harry. Gryffindor would nurture your courage. Ravenclaw would feed your curiosity. Slytherin would help you develop the cunning you'll need to survive what's coming. What's coming? Harry asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know. That's a conversation for another time, the Hat replied gently. For now, I think you need something very specific. You need a house that will value you for who you are, not who you're expected to become. You need loyalty that won't be shaken by prophecies or politics, or the expectations of others. The Hat paused, and Harry could almost feel it rifling through his memories and emotions, seeing everything he'd tried so hard to hide. Yes, it said with satisfaction. Hufflepuff. The announcement rang through the great hall, followed by a moment of stunned silence. Then the yellow and black table erupted in cheers that seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle. Students were on their feet, applauding and calling out welcomes, their faces bright with genuine joy at receiving such a famous new housemate. Professor McGonagall lifted the hat from Harry's head, and he blinked in the sudden light. The Hufflepuff table was a sea of smiling faces, all turned toward him with expressions of welcome and acceptance. An older girl with a perfect badge pinned to her robes was gesturing for him to join them. As Harry walked toward his new house, on unsteady legs, he caught sight of Ron at the Gryffindor table. Ron was applauding enthusiastically, his face split by an enormous grin. When their eyes met, Ron gave him an encouraging thumbs up that seemed to say they'd still be friends regardless of house placement. "Welcome to Hufflepuff," the girl with the prefect badge said, warmly as Harry approached the table. "I'm Susan Bones, 6th-year prefect. We're absolutely thrilled to have you join us." A space had been made for Harry between two second-year students, who immediately began introducing themselves and asking gentle questions about his journey to Hogwarts. Their curiosity was kind, rather than invasive, and Harry found himself relaxing slightly as he settled onto the bench. The sorting continued, with Ron Weasley being placed in Gryffindor, as Harry had somehow known he would be. The hat barely touched Ron's head before announcing its decision, and Ron joined Hermione at the red and gold table with obvious relief and joy. When the last student had been sorted, Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat at the high table. The hall fell quiet immediately, every student giving the elderly wizard their complete attention. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying easily through the vast space. "Before we begin our feast, I have a few announcements. First, I must remind all students that the Forbidden Forest remains, as its name suggests, forbidden to all students. Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes." His eyes swept the hall, pausing briefly on Harry before continuing. "I must also address the unusual circumstances of this evening's sorting," Dumbledore continued, his tone becoming more serious. "Young Mr. Potter has joined us several years ahead of his expected arrival, due to circumstances that required immediate intervention. I ask that all students treat him with the kindness and respect you would show any new member of our community, regardless of his age or the manner of his arrival." Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks at being singled out, but the expressions around the Hufflepuff table remained warmly supportive. If anything, his housemates seemed even more determined to make him feel welcome. "Mr. Potter will be provided with appropriate accommodations and educational support to help him adjust to life at Hogwarts," Dumbledore continued. "I trust I can count on all students to assist in making his transition as smooth as possible." The headmaster's eyes found Harry again across the hall, and for a moment Harry felt as though those blue eyes could see straight into his soul. There was kindness there, but also a weight of knowledge that made Harry instinctively nervous. And now, Dumbledore concluded with a return to his genial tone. "Let the feast begin." He clapped his hands once, and the empty golden plates before every student suddenly filled with food. Not just any food, but the most incredible array of dishes Harry had ever seen. Roasted turkey and beef, pork chops and lamb, Yorkshire pudding and potatoes prepared a dozen different ways, vegetables of every variety, and gravies and sauces that sent delicious aromas wafting through the air. Harry stared at his full plate in wonder. In 6 years of life, he'd never seen so much food in one place, let alone been invited to eat as much as he wanted. The contrast to his usual meals of table scraps and burnt toast was so stark it felt like stepping into an entirely different world. "Go on, then," urged the boy sitting beside him, a cheerful third year named Ernie Macmillan. "Don't be shy. The house elves have outdone themselves tonight." Harry picked up his fork with trembling fingers and took a tentative bite of roasted turkey. The flavors exploded across his tongue, rich and perfectly seasoned and warm in a way that seemed to spread through his entire body. It was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. Around the table, his new housemates kept up a steady stream of gentle conversation, including Harry in their discussions, without making him feel pressured to participate more than he was comfortable with. They told him about classes and teachers, about house traditions and the points system, about Quidditch matches and the upcoming Halloween feast. Slowly, as his immediate hunger was satisfied, Harry began to contribute small comments and questions to the conversation. His housemates received each contribution with enthusiasm, never making him feel foolish for his ignorance about magical customs and traditions. "You'll love herbology," Susan Bones was saying, as she passed him a dish of treacle tart that made his mouth water just looking at it. "Professor Sprout is our head of house, and she's absolutely wonderful. Very nurturing and patient, especially with students who are just starting their magical education. And Charms is brilliant. Added a fourth-year girl named Hannah Abbott. Professor Flitwick makes even the most complicated spells seem manageable if you're willing to practice." Harry listened with growing excitement as his housemates painted a picture of magical education that bore no resemblance to his experiences in Muggle primary school. Here, teachers seemed genuinely invested in their students' success. Here, struggling with new concepts was expected rather than punished. Here, being different was celebrated rather than scorned. As the main course gave way to desserts that defied both logic and gravity, Professor McGonagall approached the Hufflepuff table. The conversations around Harry quieted as students noticed the stern deputy headmistress making her way towards them. "Mr. Potter," she said formally, though her expression was kinder than her tone suggested, "when you've finished your meal, I'll need to escort you to the headmaster's office. There are several matters that require immediate discussion." Harry's stomach clenched with familiar anxiety. Being summoned to speak with the headmaster felt ominously similar to being called to the principal's office at his Muggle school, which had never resulted in anything good. "Don't worry," Susan whispered as McGonagall moved away. "Professor Dumbledore isn't like other headmasters. He's not going to punish you for something you couldn't control." But Harry's newfound sense of belonging was already beginning to fracture. Of course, there would be consequences for his unauthorized arrival. Of course, the magical world would have rules and procedures he'd violated simply by existing in the wrong place at the wrong time. He managed a few more bites of treacle tart, but his appetite had largely disappeared. Around him, his housemates continued their conversations, but Harry could sense their concern for him in the careful way they avoided mentioning his upcoming meeting with the headmaster. When the last of the desserts vanished from the tables, Professor McGonagall returned to collect him. Harry stood on unsteady legs, suddenly aware of how exhausted he was. The events of the day felt like they'd lasted weeks rather than hours. "Come along, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said gently. "Professor Dumbledore is waiting." As they left the great hall, Harry caught sight of Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table. Both were watching him with expressions of concern and support. Hermione mouthed good luck, while Ron gave him another encouraging thumbs up. The warmth of their friendship gave Harry a small boost of courage as he followed Professor McGonagall through corridors lined with moving portraits and suits of armor. The castle was even more magnificent on the inside than it had appeared from the boats, with stone staircases that shifted and changed direction while they climbed them. Professor McGonagall led him to a spiral staircase behind a stone gargoyle that leaped aside when she spoke the password "chocolate frogs." The staircase carried them upward to a heavy wooden door marked with a brass nameplate reading Headmaster. The office beyond the door was unlike any room Harry had ever seen, circular and filled with delicate magical instruments that whirred and clicked and emitted occasional puffs of coloured smoke. It felt like stepping into the workshop of some benevolent wizard from a fairy tale. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, most of them dozing in their frames. Behind an enormous desk sat Professor Dumbledore, his long silver beard neatly arranged, and his blue eyes twinkling with what appeared to be genuine warmth. Standing beside the desk was a magnificent red and gold bird that Harry somehow knew must be a phoenix, its feathers gleaming like living flame. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said, rising from his chair with a welcoming smile. "Please come in and sit down. We have much to discuss." Harry approached the chair across from Dumbledore's desk on shaking legs, hyper-aware of Professor McGonagall taking a seat nearby, and the phoenix watching him with intelligent golden eyes. "First," Dumbledore said, settling back into his chair, "I must tell you how pleased I am to finally meet you properly. I knew your parents well, and I can see both James and Lily in your face." The mention of his parents sent the familiar pang through Harry's chest, but this time it was accompanied by curiosity, rather than just sadness. "You knew them," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Indeed I did," Dumbledore replied with gentle warmth. "They were exceptional students, and even more exceptional people. Your mother in particular was known for her kindness and fierce protection of those she loved." Harry absorbed this information hungrily. The Dursleys had never told him anything positive about his parents, painting them as drunken layabouts who died in a car crash while driving under the influence. But here was someone who'd actually known them, who could tell him who they really were. "Now then," Dumbledore continued, his expression becoming more serious, "we must discuss your current situation. Your arrival at Hogwarts tonight was most unexpected, and there are several important matters we need to address." Harry's anxiety spiked again. Here it came, the moment when they'd tell him he had to go back to Privet Drive, back to the cupboard under the stairs and Vernon's belt, and the endless cycle of punishment and fear. "Am I in trouble?" he asked, his voice small and frightened. Dumbledore's expression softened immediately. "My dear boy, you are not in trouble. What happened today was not your fault, and your magical transportation to our train was actually quite remarkable for someone your age. But I'm not supposed to be here," Harry said desperately. "I don't have permission or proper clothes or books or anything a real student needs." "Harry," Professor McGonagall said gently, "we've had several hours to consider your situation. While it's true that your arrival was unexpected, it's also clear that you cannot return to an environment where you were being harmed." The word harmed hung in the air between them, carrying weight that made Harry's chest tight with shame and fear. He looked down at his hands, unable to meet either adult's eyes. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said carefully, "Professor McGonagall has shared with me some of what you told her about your experiences with your relatives. I want you to understand that what happened to you was not normal, and it was not your fault." "But they're my family," Harry whispered. "The only family I have." "Blood does not automatically create family," Dumbledore replied with quiet intensity. "True family is built on love and support and mutual care. From what I understand, your relatives provided none of these things." Fawkes the Phoenix suddenly burst into song, a melody so hauntingly beautiful that it seemed to wrap around Harry's heart and ease some of the pain there. The sound was pure comfort, like being held by the most loving parent imaginable. "That's Fawkes," Dumbledore explained with a small smile. "Phoenix song is known for its healing properties, particularly for emotional wounds." The song continued for several minutes, and Harry felt something inside his chest begin to unknot. The constant fear that had been his companion for as long as he could remember didn't disappear, but it lessened slightly, replaced by something that might have been the beginning of hope. "So what happens to me now?" Harry asked, when Fawkes had finished his song. "Now," Dumbledore said with a return to his gentle manner, "you become a student at Hogwarts. Not in the traditional sense, of course. You're far too young for the standard curriculum. But we'll arrange appropriate tutoring and education that suits your age and needs." Harry looked between Dumbledore and McGonagall, hardly daring to believe what he was hearing. "You mean I can stay?" he said, his voice filled with wonder. "You can stay," McGonagall confirmed firmly. "Hogwarts is your home now, Mr. Potter, for as long as you need it to be." As Professor McGonagall escorted Harry to the Hufflepuff dormitories a short time later, his mind was spinning with everything that had happened. In the space of a single day, he'd gone from being an unwanted burden, locked in a cupboard, to being a student at the most magnificent school he could have imagined. The Hufflepuff common room was warm and welcoming, decorated in yellow and black with comfortable chairs arranged around a crackling fireplace. Several older students were still awake, studying or chatting quietly, and they all looked up with friendly smiles as Harry entered. The dormitories were reached through a door marked First Years, though Harry suspected special arrangements had been made for his unique circumstances. A house elf had already appeared with clothes in his size, and all the books and supplies he'd need for his modified education. As Harry changed into proper pajamas for the first time in his life, and climbed into a real bed with clean sheets and soft pillows, he could barely believe this was real. The bed was warm and comfortable, the room felt safe and welcoming, and tomorrow he'd wake up in a place where magic was normal and children were protected rather than punished. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter fell asleep, feeling secure and wanted and loved. Outside his window, the stars of Hogwarts gleamed down on a castle that had just gained its most precious and unexpected student. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through diamond-paned windows and the gentle sounds of his dormmates beginning to stir. For a moment, confusion clouded his sleepy mind. The bed was too soft, the room too warm, and there was no sound of Uncle Vernon's thunderous snoring through thin walls. Then memory rushed back, and with it, a surge of wonder that made his chest tight with emotion. He was at Hogwarts. He was safe. He was home. The dormitory around him was nothing like the cramped cupboard under the stairs. High ceilings soared overhead, painted a warm yellow that caught and reflected the morning light. Tapestries depicting badgers and various magical plants decorated the walls, and each bed was surrounded by heavy curtains that could be drawn for privacy. His own trunk sat at the foot of his bed, filled with proper school supplies and clothes that actually fit him. "Morning, Harry," called a cheerful voice from the bed nearest the window. A third year named Justin Finch Fletchley was already dressed and gathering his books for the day. "Sleep well." "Better than I've ever slept," Harry admitted honestly, which earned him a warm smile from Justin and concerned glances from the other boys who were beginning to understand exactly what Harry's previous living situation had been like. "Come on then," said Ernie Macmillan, appearing beside Harry's bed with a set of school robes draped over his arm. "These should fit you properly. Professor McGonagall had the house elves adjust them overnight." Harry touched the soft fabric with wonder. The robes were clearly new, with crisp pleats and the Hufflepuff badger embroidered proudly on the chest. He'd never owned anything so fine, and the idea that they'd been made specifically for him felt like another small miracle in a series of impossible kindnesses. As he dressed, his dorm mates kept up a steady stream of gentle conversation about the day ahead. They explained about house tables for meals, the importance of arriving to classes on time, and which professors were more understanding about students who were still adjusting to magical education. "Professor Sprout will want to meet with you after breakfast," Justin explained as they made their way down to the common room. "She's our head of house, and she's lovely. Very understanding about students who need extra support." The common room was bustling with activity as students prepared for their first day of classes. Older students were reviewing homework and discussing upcoming assignments, while younger ones clustered together nervously with their class schedules. The warm yellow and black decor made everything feel welcoming and safe, and Harry was struck again by how different this was from the cold, unwelcoming atmosphere of Privet Drive. "Harry Potter," called a warm voice from across the room. A middle-aged witch with greying hair and kind eyes approached them, her robes bearing the badges of a professor. "You must be our newest Hufflepuff. I'm Professor Sprout, your head of house." Professor Sprout's handshake was firm but gentle, and her eyes held the same protective warmth Harry had seen in his dormmates' faces. There was something about her that reminded him of the gardens he'd glimpsed through neighbors' windows, nurturing and patient and full of life. "I'd like to have a chat with you after breakfast, if that's all right," she continued. "Nothing formal or frightening, I promise. I just want to make sure you have everything you need and understand how your education here will be structured." The walk to the Great Hall took them through corridors that seemed even more magical in the morning light. Portraits called out friendly greetings to students they recognized. Suits of armor stood at attention along the walls, and windows revealed views of the grounds that took Harry's breath away. Rolling lawns stretched down to the lake where they'd crossed the night before, and in the distance he could see what appeared to be a forest, dark with ancient trees. The Great Hall was less overwhelming in daylight, though no less magnificent. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear autumn sky, and the 4 house tables were filled with students enjoying breakfast and preparing for their classes. Harry took his place at the Hufflepuff table, still marveling at the abundance of food and the casual way magic was integrated into every aspect of daily life. Porridge appeared in his bowl, perfectly warm and sweet, followed by fresh fruit, toast with real butter, and juice that tasted like it had been pressed from oranges grown in sunshine. Around him, his housemates continued their patient explanations of school life, never making him feel ignorant for his questions. The owls arrived during breakfast, a magnificent sight, as dozens of birds swooped into the hall carrying letters and packages from home. Harry watched in fascination as students received mail from their families, casual correspondence that spoke of love and connection he'd never experienced. A particularly large barn owl landed directly in front of him, carrying a letter sealed with an official-looking crest. Harry stared at it in confusion until Susan Bones, sitting beside him, gently encouraged him to open it. The letter was from Gringotts Wizarding Bank, written in formal script that Harry struggled to read. He made out enough words to understand that it concerned his parents' inheritance and something called a vault audit, but the legal terminology was beyond his 6-year-old reading level. "That's rather serious looking," observed Hannah Abbott, glancing at the official seal. "You might want to show that to Professor Sprout when you meet with her." Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his robes, another reminder that his arrival at Hogwarts had set events in motion that extended far beyond just his education. After breakfast, Professor Sprout led Harry to her office, a cozy room filled with magical plants and gardening tools. Sunlight streamed through windows that looked out over the greenhouse complex, and the air smelled of rich earth and growing things. It was possibly the most peaceful place Harry had ever been. "Now then," Professor Sprout said, settling into her chair with a warm smile. "First, I want you to know how delighted we are to have you in Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat chose well. You clearly have the loyalty and kindness that our house values most." Harry flushed with pleasure at the praise, still unused to adults speaking to him with genuine warmth. "However," she continued, "your situation is quite unique, and will need to approach your education differently than we would for a typical first-year student. You're much younger than our usual students, and you'll need time to adjust to magical concepts gradually." "I'm not very smart," Harry said quietly, repeating what the Dursleys had told him countless times. "I'm slow with reading and maths. I don't want to hold back the other students." Professor Sprout's expression sharpened with something that looked like anger, though Harry sensed it wasn't directed at him. "Harry," she said firmly, "intelligence has nothing to do with the educational neglect you've suffered. From what Professor McGonagall has told me, you've received virtually no academic support at home. That's not a reflection of your abilities. She pulled out a folder containing what appeared to be academic assessments and teaching plans. "We're going to start with individual tutoring sessions," she explained. "Professor McGonagall will work with you on basic literacy and numeracy, while Professor Flitwick will introduce you to simple magical theory. Professor Binns will teach you magical history appropriate to your age level." The mention of individual attention from professors made Harry's stomach clench with anxiety. In his experience, one-on-one time with authority figures usually meant punishment or humiliation. "Don't look so worried," Professor Sprout said gently, clearly reading his expression. "Our professors are here to help you succeed, not to criticize your starting point. Everyone learns at their own pace, and magical education often requires very different skills than Muggle learning." She leaned forward slightly, her expression becoming more serious. "I also want you to know that if anyone, student or staff, makes you feel unwelcome or inadequate because of your age or circumstances, you're to come to me immediately. Hufflepuff protects its own, and you're one of us now." The fierce protectiveness in her voice reminded Harry of the way Ron and Hermione had defended him on the train. It was still difficult to believe that adults would actually stand up for him instead of blaming him for whatever went wrong. "Oh," Professor Sprout added, noticing the letter Harry had received at breakfast. "What's that you have there?" Harry pulled out the Gringotts letter, explaining that he didn't understand most of what it said. Professor Sprout read it quickly, her eyebrows rising higher with each line. "This is quite significant, Harry," she said carefully. "It appears that Gringotts is requesting a full audit of your family's financial arrangements. That's not something they do lightly." "What does that mean?" Harry asked, confused by the formal language and implications he couldn't grasp. "It means they want to examine every transaction involving your inheritance since your parents' death," Professor Sprout explained. "This letter is asking permission to review all withdrawals, transfers, and management decisions made by your designated guardian." Harry frowned, trying to process this information. The Dursleys had never mentioned anything about inheritance or money from his parents. In fact, they'd always complained about the cost of feeding and housing him, making it clear that he was a financial burden. "I think," Professor Sprout said thoughtfully, "that you should discuss this with Professor Dumbledore. There may be important legal and financial matters that need to be addressed now that you're no longer living with your relatives." The morning continued with Harry's first tutoring session with Professor McGonagall in a small classroom near her office. The deputy headmistress had arranged materials appropriate for his age and education level, starting with basic reading comprehension and simple mathematical concepts. What surprised Harry was how patient she was. When he struggled with words, she broke them down into smaller parts without any trace of the impatience he'd come to expect from adults. When he made mistakes with numbers, she simply corrected them and moved on without criticism. "You're doing very well, Harry," she said, as they worked through a reading exercise together. "Your comprehension is actually quite advanced for someone who's received so little formal instruction." "Really?" Harry asked, looking up at her with wonder. "Really," she confirmed firmly. "Intelligence isn't measured by what you've already learned, but by how quickly you can absorb new information. And you, Mr. Potter, are clearly a very bright child." The praise felt like sunshine after years of being told he was stupid and worthless. For the first time, Harry began to wonder if maybe the Dursleys had been wrong about more than just his magical abilities. During lunch in the Great Hall, Harry found himself surrounded by his Hufflepuff housemates, all eager to hear about his morning lessons and offer encouragement for the afternoon ahead. Their genuine interest in his success continued to amaze him, so different from the competitive cruelty he'd observed among Dudley and his gang. "I have potions with Professor Snape this afternoon," Susan mentioned as she passed Harry the treacle tart. "He's supposed to be quite strict, but fair if you put in the effort." "Just don't let him intimidate you," added Ernie. "He has a reputation for being harsh, but he's genuinely brilliant at what he does." Harry absorbed this advice nervously. He'd noticed Professor Snape's intense stare during the sorting feast, and had been wondering when he'd have to face the man's obvious scrutiny. The afternoon brought his introduction to the magical world in earnest. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk, began Harry's education in basic magical theory, with the enthusiasm of someone who truly loved his subject. Magic, he explained in his squeaky voice, is fundamentally about intention and will. The wand movements and incantations are simply focuses for the magical energy that already exists within you. He demonstrated with a simple charm that made feathers dance in the air around them, explaining how the wizard's desire for the feathers to move was channeled through the wand and given form by the spell. Your accidental apparition yesterday showed that you have considerable raw magical power, Professor Flitwick continued. The key will be learning to direct that power consciously and safely. Harry listened with fascination as the professor explained the basic principles that governed magical education. Unlike the rote memorization that had characterized his limited Muggle schooling, magical learning seemed to emphasize understanding and practical application. "Can I try?" Harry asked eagerly when Professor Flitwick paused in his explanation. "Not quite yet," the professor said kindly. "First, we need to make sure you understand the theory thoroughly. Magic can be dangerous when performed without proper knowledge and control." The wisdom of this approach became clear during Harry's afternoon session with Professor McGonagall, where she showed him basic wand safety and explained why young magical children typically didn't begin using wands until age 11. "Your magic is still developing," she explained, as she demonstrated proper wand grip and stance. Attempting complex spells too early can actually inhibit your natural magical growth. Instead, they focused on meditation exercises designed to help Harry recognize and control the magical energy within him. It was challenging work that required concentration and patience, but Harry found it infinitely more engaging than anything he'd experienced in Muggle school. The day's final lesson was with Professor Binns, the ghost who taught magical history. Despite his reputation for putting students to sleep with his droning lectures, Professor Binns had clearly made an effort to adapt his teaching for Harry's age and circumstances. Instead of dense political history, he told Harry stories about the founding of Hogwarts, painting vivid pictures of the four founders and their vision for magical education. Harry listened with rapt attention, as Binns described Helga Hufflepuff's dedication to accepting students, regardless of their background or natural ability. She believed that hard work and loyalty were more valuable than raw talent, Professor Binns explained in his ghostly monotone. Many of Hogwarts's most successful graduates have come from Hufflepuff House. As evening approached and Harry made his way back to the common room, his mind was buzzing with everything he'd learned. Magic had rules and principles just like any other subject, but it was also deeply personal and intuitive. The professors clearly expected great things from him, but in an encouraging way that made him want to live up to their faith. The common room was bustling with students working on homework and preparing for the next day's classes. Harry joined a group of his younger housemates near the fireplace, content to listen to their discussions of classes and assignments. "How was your first day?" asked Hannah Abbott, looking up from her potions essay. "Amazing," Harry said honestly. "Different from anything I've ever experienced." "Just wait until you start practical magic," Justin said with a grin. "That's when it really becomes extraordinary." As the evening wore on, Harry found himself thinking about the Gringotts letter and Professor Sprout's suggestion that he discuss it with Professor Dumbledore. The idea of having his own inheritance, his own money that belonged to him rather than being a burden on reluctant relatives, was almost too wonderful to believe. But first, there was something else he needed to do. "Excuse me," he said to Susan, who was organizing her books for the next day. "How do I send a letter?" "I want to write to Ron and Hermione." Susan's face lit up with delight. "That's easy. You can borrow school owls from the owlery, or you can ask your housemates if anyone has an owl you could use." Within minutes, Harry found himself with parchment, ink, and a quill, surrounded by helpful housemates, offering advice on proper letter-writing etiquette. It took him much longer than it should have, his limited writing skills making the task challenging, but eventually he produced 2 short letters expressing his gratitude for Ron and Hermione's kindness, and updating them on his first day. The responses came back with the evening owl post, both letters warm and encouraging. Ron wrote about his own classes and promised to save a seat for Harry at meals whenever their schedules allowed. Hermione's letter was longer and more detailed, offering study tips and expressing her happiness that Harry was settling in well. As he prepared for bed that night, Harry reflected on how drastically his life had changed in just 2 days. He had friends now, real friends, who cared about his welfare and success. He had teachers who were patient and encouraging, rather than critical and dismissive. He had a house that valued him for qualities he'd never known he possessed. But most importantly, he had hope. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter believed that his future might hold something wonderful, rather than just more of the same pain and rejection he'd always known. The dormitory was quiet as his housemates settled into sleep, but Harry lay awake for a while longer, staring up at the ceiling and marveling at the softness of his bed and the warmth of the room around him. Through the windows, he could see the stars above Hogwarts, the same stars that had shone down on him during all those lonely nights in the cupboard under the stairs. But everything else had changed. Everything. Tomorrow would bring new lessons and new challenges, but for the first time in his life, Harry was looking forward to what the future might hold, rather than simply trying to survive until the next day. He was home. He was safe. He was loved. And whatever came next, he knew he wouldn't have to face it alone. Harry's peaceful morning was shattered by the arrival of an official-looking wizard in emerald-green robes bearing the seal of the Ministry of Magic. The man appeared in Professor McGonagall's office just as Harry was finishing his morning tutoring session, his presence immediately filling the room with an air of bureaucratic authority that made Harry's stomach clench with familiar dread. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, the man announced importantly, removing his lime-green bowler hat with a flourish. I'm here on urgent ministry business regarding the irregular placement of one Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line as she rose from her desk, her tartan robes rustling with barely contained irritation. Minister Fudge, this is highly irregular. You should have made an appointment through proper channels. The situation itself is irregular, Professor, Fudge replied smoothly, his small eyes fixing on Harry with calculating interest. A minor ward of the state cannot simply disappear from his legal guardians without proper ministry oversight. Harry shrank back in his chair, the familiar cold weight of adult displeasure settling over him like a suffocating blanket. He'd known this moment would come, when the magical authorities would decide his unauthorized presence at Hogwarts was unacceptable and drag him back to Privet Drive. Mr. Potter, Fudge continued, his tone taking on what he probably thought was kindly authority. You've caused quite a stir, young man. Your aunt and uncle are very worried about you. The lie was so blatant that Harry actually flinched. The Dursleys worried about him the way someone might worry about a persistent stain on their carpet, annoyed by his existence, but hardly concerned for his welfare. They're not worried, Harry said quietly, his voice barely audible but carrying complete conviction. They're probably relieved I'm gone. Fudge's expression flickered with something that might have been discomfort before reassembling itself into practiced political sympathy. Now, young Harry, he said with false cheer. I'm sure that's not true. Family relationships can be complicated, especially for a boy who's experienced such tragedy. But your aunt and uncle have provided for you out of the goodness of their hearts. Professor McGonagall made a sound that in anyone less refined might have been called a snort. Minister, she said icily, perhaps you should examine the evidence before making such claims about Mr. Potter's treatment. Evidence, Fudge repeated, his tone sharpening. Professor McGonagall, surely you're not suggesting that respectable members of the community would mistreat their nephew. I'm not suggesting anything, McGonagall replied with dangerous quiet. I'm stating facts based on direct observation and Mr. Potter's own testimony. The office door opened before Fudge could respond, admitting Professor Dumbledore with the silent grace that seemed to characterize all his movements. The headmaster's presence immediately shifted the dynamic in the room, his calm authority making Fudge's bluster seem suddenly diminished. "Cornelius," Dumbledore said mildly, his blue eyes twinkling with what might have been amusement. "How unexpected to find you here. I trust there's nothing urgent requiring the minister's personal attention." Fudge puffed up slightly, clearly trying to reassert his authority in the face of Dumbledore's subtle dismissal. The Potter boy's unauthorized departure from his legal guardians is certainly urgent, Albus. The ministry cannot allow minors to simply disappear without proper procedures being followed. "Of course not," Dumbledore agreed pleasantly. "Though I believe the more pressing concern should be why young Harry felt the need to leave his guardians in the first place." Something in Dumbledore's tone made Fudge shift uncomfortably, his political instincts clearly warning him that he was walking into dangerous territory. "I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding," he said carefully. "Children often exaggerate minor disciplinary measures." Harry felt something hot and angry flare in his chest at having his experiences dismissed so casually. Before he could stop himself, words were tumbling out in a desperate rush. "Uncle Vernon hits me with his belt when I do magic by accident," he said, his young voice carrying across the suddenly silent office. "He locks me in the cupboard under the stairs without food when I break things. Aunt Petunia tried to hit me with a frying pan last week because I grew my hair back after she cut it too short." The silence that followed was deafening. Fudge's face had gone pale, while Professor McGonagall's expression had become positively murderous. Dumbledore alone seemed unsurprised by Harry's revelations, though something dangerous flickered behind his typically serene demeanor. "That's quite serious accusations," Fudge said finally, his voice considerably less confident than before. "They're not accusations," Professor McGonagall said with icy precision. "They're facts that can be easily verified by any competent investigator." She moved to her desk and withdrew a folder thick with documentation. Madame Pomfrey's medical examination revealed multiple healed fractures, evidence of prolonged malnutrition, and scarring consistent with repeated physical abuse, she continued remorselessly. "Would you like to review her complete report, Minister?" Fudge's face had gone from pale to slightly green. Political scandals were clearly not something he wanted to deal with, especially ones that might reflect poorly on ministry oversight of magical children. "I'm sure there are explanations," he said weakly. "Perhaps the boy is simply accident-prone." The excuse was so pathetic that even Harry recognized it as desperate deflection. Professor McGonagall's expression suggested she was considering whether hexing a minister of magic would be worth the paperwork. "Cornelius," Dumbledore said quietly, his voice carrying a weight that made the office feel smaller and more confined, "I suggest you consider very carefully your next course of action. The wizarding world will not look kindly upon a ministry that returns an abused child to his tormentors." There was something in Dumbledore's tone that made it clear this was not merely a suggestion, but a warning backed by considerable influence and power. Fudge seemed to recognize the threat, his political survival instincts finally overriding his bureaucratic reflexes. Of course," he said quickly. "The ministry's primary concern is always the welfare of magical children. If there are genuine concerns about Mr. Potter's previous living situation, we'll naturally want to investigate thoroughly." Harry felt a spark of hope at this apparent retreat, but Professor McGonagall was not finished. "The investigation has already been completed, Minister," she said with satisfaction. "What we need now is a formal determination of Mr. Potter's legal status and permanent placement." Fudge looked increasingly trapped as he realized that his intended quick resolution was becoming a complex legal and political nightmare. "Well," he said desperately, "there are procedures for these situations. Alternative guardianship arrangements, foster placement with approved magical families?" "No," said a new voice from the doorway, causing everyone to turn in surprise. A woman had entered the office unannounced, her bearing suggesting someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. She was tall and sharp-featured, with steel-grey hair pulled back in a severe bun and dark robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Most striking were her golden eyes, which held an intelligence and authority that made even Dumbledore straighten slightly. "And you are?" Fudge asked, with obvious irritation at this latest interruption to his already derailed plans. "Director Amelia Bones, Department of Magical Law Enforcement," the woman replied crisply. "And you, Minister, are about to make a serious error in judgment." She moved into the office with predatory grace, her attention fixing on the assembled adults with the intensity of someone used to cutting through political nonsense to reach the truth. "I've been monitoring this situation since Mr. Potter's disappearance was reported yesterday," she continued. "What I've discovered is deeply disturbing and requires immediate corrective action." Director Bones produced a folder even thicker than Professor McGonagall's, its contents clearly representing extensive investigation and documentation. "The Dursley family has been receiving monthly payments from the Potter estate for Mr. Potter's care," she announced, her words falling like stones into still water. Payments that totaled over 30,000 galleons in the 6 years since his placement with them. The number meant nothing to Harry, but the sharp intake of breath from the adults told him it was significant. Professor McGonagall's face had gone white with fury, while Dumbledore's expression became very carefully neutral. 30,000 galleons, Fudge repeated faintly. For a child's care. For a child they systematically abused and neglected, Director Bones corrected with steel in her voice. A child they locked in a cupboard, starved regularly, and physically assaulted for displaying magical abilities. She opened her folder and began reading from official reports, in a tone that brooked no argument. Mr. Potter was enrolled in primary school, wearing clothes so oversized they presented a safety hazard. His teachers reported consistent signs of malnutrition and submitted multiple reports expressing concern for his welfare. These reports were filed with local authorities, but never investigated due to the family's apparent financial stability. Harry listened with growing amazement as Director Bones systematically dismantled any pretense that the Dursleys had been adequate guardians. Every instance of neglect and abuse was documented with bureaucratic precision that made denial impossible. Furthermore, she continued, her voice growing colder with each revelation, investigation into the financial arrangements reveals significant irregularities in the management of the Potter estate. Dumbledore's carefully maintained composure finally showed cracks at this statement, his blue eyes sharpening with what might have been alarm. "What sort of irregularities?" he asked quietly. Director Bones turned her golden gaze on the headmaster, with the expression of someone who had discovered a particularly unpleasant truth. Payments to the Dursleys were authorized by someone with access to Mr. Potter's vault, despite the fact that no such provision existed in James and Lily Potter's will. In fact, their will specifically named alternative guardians who were never contacted about Mr. Potter's placement. The office fell silent, except for the ticking of various magical instruments on Dumbledore's desk. Harry could feel tension crackling in the air like electricity before a thunderstorm. "Alternative guardians," Fudge repeated slowly, as if the concept was foreign to him. Sirius Black was named as primary guardian, Director Bones continued remorselessly, with Alice and Frank Longbottom as secondary choices, and the Weasley family as tertiary options. The name Sirius Black hung in the air like an accusation. Harry had heard whispers about Black during his time at Hogwarts, fragments of conversation that painted him as some sort of dangerous criminal, but Director Bones spoke of him as if he'd been intended as Harry's guardian, which made no sense with what Harry thought he knew. "Black is in Azkaban," Fudge said desperately, "convicted of betraying the Potters and murdering 13 Muggles. A conviction obtained without trial," Director Bones replied with devastating precision, "based on circumstantial evidence and rushed to judgment in the chaos following you-know-who's defeat. The implications of this statement seemed to hit everyone simultaneously. If Sirius Black had been wrongly convicted, if he'd been meant to be Harry's guardian, then everything about Harry's placement with the Dursleys became not just wrong, but potentially criminal. "This is impossible," Fudge sputtered. Black was guilty. Everyone knew he was guilty. Everyone assumed he was guilty, Director Bones corrected. "There's a significant difference, particularly when it comes to matters of justice." She closed her folder with a snap that seemed to echo through the office like a gavel. "Mr. Potter will not be returning to the Dursleys under any circumstances," she announced with finality. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is opening formal investigations into his abuse, the financial irregularities surrounding his estate, and the circumstances of Sirius Black's imprisonment." Harry felt something like hope blooming in his chest for the first time since Fudge had appeared. This woman, this Director Bones, spoke with an authority that even the Minister of Magic seemed unable to challenge. "But where will the boy stay?" Fudge asked weakly. "At Hogwarts, where he's clearly thriving," Director Bones replied, as if this should be obvious, "under the guardianship of the school, until permanent arrangements can be made." She turned to Harry for the first time, her stern expression softening slightly as she took in his small form. "Mr. Potter," she said gently, "you've been very brave in telling the truth about your treatment. I want you to know that adults whose job it is to protect children have failed you badly, and we're going to make sure that never happens again." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice to remain steady. The idea that adults had actually failed him, rather than him failing them, was still too new and fragile to fully believe. As Director Bones and Minister Fudge left the office to begin what promised to be extensive and unpleasant investigations, Harry found himself alone with Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications and unspoken questions. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said finally, his young voice carefully neutral, "did you know about the money?" Dumbledore's expression became very still, his usual twinkling demeanor replaced by something more guarded and complex. "I knew that arrangements had been made for your care," he said carefully. "I believed those arrangements were necessary for your protection." "But you knew the Dursleys were hurting me," Harry pressed, his 6-year-old understanding struggling with concepts of adult responsibility and betrayal. "I knew they were not ideal guardians," Dumbledore admitted with visible reluctance. "But I believed the magical protection provided by your mother's sacrifice was worth the personal cost." Professor McGonagall made a sound of disgust that she didn't bother to disguise. "Albus," she said, with barely controlled fury, "you sacrificed this child's safety and happiness for theoretical magical protection that clearly failed the moment he needed it most." The accusation hung between them like a blade. Harry looked between his two professors, beginning to understand that the adults he'd trusted to make decisions about his life had been playing games with stakes he was only beginning to comprehend. "I need to write to Ron and Hermione," he said suddenly, the desire for the uncomplicated friendship of children his own age overwhelming his need to understand adult politics and schemes. "Of course, Harry," Professor McGonagall said gently, her anger immediately shifting away from him. "Would you like me to escort you to the Owlery?" As they left Dumbledore's office, Harry caught a glimpse of the headmaster sitting alone at his desk, suddenly looking every one of his many years. The sight stirred something in Harry that wasn't quite pity, but wasn't satisfaction either. The castle corridors felt different as they walked toward the Owlery, as if Harry was seeing them through new eyes. He was still safe here, still protected and cared for. But now he understood that his safety came not from Dumbledore's grand plans, but from the determined advocacy of people like Director Bones and Professor McGonagall. "Your friends will be pleased to hear that you're staying at Hogwarts permanently," Professor McGonagall observed as they climbed the spiral staircase to the Owlery. "Am I?" Harry asked, needing the confirmation spoken aloud. "You are," she said firmly. "Whatever mistakes were made in the past, your future is here now, with people who will put your welfare first." The owlery was a circular room at the top of one of Hogwarts's towers, filled with perches and nesting boxes for the school's owl population. Harry selected a patient-looking barn owl and carefully composed letters to Ron and Hermione, his limited writing skills making the task challenging but manageable. His friends' responses arrived with the evening owl post, both letters expressing outrage at the Ministry's attempt to return him to the Dursleys and relief that the situation had been resolved in his favour. Ron's letter was shorter, but fierce in its protectiveness, while Hermione's provided a detailed explanation of wizarding law as it pertained to child welfare that was probably beyond Harry's current reading level, but demonstrated her determination to understand and support his situation. That evening in the Hufflepuff common room, word had somehow spread about Harry's confrontation with the Minister and Director Bones' intervention. His housemates surrounded him with the warm protectiveness that had characterized their treatment of him since his arrival, making it clear that they considered any threat to Harry a threat to their entire house. "You're one of us now, officially and permanently," Susan Bones said with satisfaction. Her aunt, Director Bones, always said that justice delayed was justice denied. Harry learned that Susan was Director Bones's niece, which explained the woman's particular interest in his case and her fierce determination to see justice done. The connection made him feel even more secure, knowing that he had advocates in positions of real power. As he prepared for bed that night, Harry reflected on how much had changed in just a few days. He'd gone from being an unwanted burden, hidden away in a cupboard, to being a student with powerful advocates and genuine friends. The future still held uncertainties, but for the first time in his life, those uncertainties felt like possibilities rather than threats. The dormitory was quiet as his housemates settled into sleep, but Harry lay awake thinking about Director Bones's revelations. Somewhere out there was a man named Sirius Black, who might have been meant to be his guardian, who might have given him the family he'd always dreamed of having. The thought was both exciting and terrifying. What if Black really was innocent? What if Harry could have had a real family all along, if different decisions had been made by the adults responsible for his care? But dwelling on what might have been felt less important than focusing on what was. He was safe now, surrounded by people who valued and protected him. He had friends and teachers, and a house that had claimed him as their own. Whatever came next, whatever truth emerged from the investigations Director Bones had promised, Harry Potter would face it from a position of strength and support he'd never known before. And that, he thought, as sleep finally claimed him, made all the difference in the world. The goblin who appeared in Professor McGonagall's office 3 days later bore little resemblance to the creatures from Harry's picture books. Where fairy tale goblins were small and mischievous, this being radiated an authority that made even Professor Dumbledore straighten in his chair. Tall for his species, with sharp, intelligent eyes, and clothing that spoke of considerable wealth and position, he carried himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to being treated as an equal by wizards rather than a servant. Griphook, senior account manager for the Potter Family Trust, the goblin announced in perfectly precise English, his voice carrying just enough edge to suggest that interrupting his valuable time had better be worthwhile. "I am here at the express request of Director Bones to discuss serious irregularities in the management of our client's inheritance." Harry sat in a chair that had been conjured to his size, watching this impressive creature with fascination and growing excitement. The goblin's presence felt significant in ways he didn't fully understand, as if doors were opening to possibilities he'd never imagined. "Mr. Potter," Griphook continued, turning his piercing gaze on Harry with something that might have been respect, "I represent Gringotts Wizarding Bank's interests in this matter, but more importantly, I represent your interests as the rightful heir to a considerable fortune that has been systematically mismanaged since your parents' death." The formal language was mostly beyond Harry's 6-year-old understanding, but the underlying message was clear. Someone had been doing things with his money that they weren't supposed to do, and this important goblin was here to fix it. Professor McGonagall leaned forward in her chair, her expression sharp with professional interest. "What exactly has your investigation revealed, Mr. Griphook?" The goblin's smile was all teeth and carried no warmth whatsoever. "What we have discovered, Professor, amounts to systematic theft from a miner's trust fund, unauthorized access to restricted vaults, and financial manipulation that violates both goblin law and wizarding statute." He produced a folder thick with documents and spread them across McGonagall's desk with businesslike efficiency. The papers were covered with numbers and official seals that meant nothing to Harry, but he could see Professor McGonagall's eyes widening with each page she examined. 37,000 galleons withdrawn without proper authorization, Griphook continued with the satisfaction of someone presenting irrefutable evidence. Monthly payments to the Dursley family, ostensibly for Mr. Potter's care, but made without oversight or accounting for how the funds were actually used. Harry tried to process this information. He knew that 37,000 of anything was a very large number, but he had no context for understanding what that meant in terms of wizarding money. The Dursleys had always complained about the cost of feeding and housing him, making it clear that every piece of bread he ate was a burden on their finances. But if they had been receiving money for his care, large amounts of money, where had it gone? It certainly hadn't been spent on clothes that fit him, or nutritious food, or any of the things that normal children received from their families. "There's more," Griphook continued, his voice taking on an even sharper edge. "The Potter family vault contains significant assets beyond monetary wealth. Heirlooms, rare magical artifacts, property deeds, and most importantly, copies of James and Lily Potter's actual will." This statement sent a visible shock through Professor McGonagall, while Professor Dumbledore's expression became very carefully neutral. "The will on file with the Ministry of Magic appears to be substantially different from the document in our secure storage," Griphook observed, with the tone of someone who had expected this discrepancy and found its confirmation personally satisfying. He withdrew another document from his folder, this one sealed with wax and bearing official-looking stamps and signatures. The authentic will names Sirius Black as primary guardian for Mr. Potter, with specific instructions that under no circumstances should the boy be placed with Petunia Dursley, whom the Potters considered fundamentally unsuited for child-rearing. The silence that followed this revelation was deafening. Harry looked between the adults, sensing that something monumental had just been revealed, but lacking the knowledge to fully understand its implications. "Sirius Black," Professor McGonagall said carefully. "The man currently imprisoned in Azkaban. The man convicted without trial based on circumstantial evidence," Griphook corrected with evident satisfaction at exposing what he clearly considered a fundamental miscarriage of justice. A conviction that becomes increasingly questionable when one discovers that he never had access to the Potter vault, and therefore could not have betrayed them for financial gain. Harry's young mind struggled to follow the complex adult conversation, but certain facts were becoming clear. Someone named Sirius Black had been meant to take care of him instead of the Dursleys. This Sirius Black was in prison, but maybe he shouldn't be. And someone had been taking Harry's money without permission. "Who has been withdrawing the money?" Professor McGonagall asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. Griphook's smile became positively predatory. Someone with access to high-level ministry authorization codes and the ability to bypass normal security procedures. Someone who has been acting as Mr. Potter's magical guardian without proper legal appointment. All eyes turned to Professor Dumbledore, who had remained silent throughout Griphook's presentation. The headmaster's usually twinkling eyes were somber as he met their collective gaze. "I authorized the payments to the Dursleys," he admitted quietly. "I believed Mr. Potter's safety required blood protection that could only be maintained by living with his mother's sister." "Safety," Griphook repeated with obvious skepticism. "Mr. Potter's medical records indicate he was in considerably more danger from his so-called guardians than he ever would have been in proper magical care." The goblin turned to Harry, his expression softening slightly as he addressed the child directly. Mr. Potter, I want you to understand something very important. The money that was taken belongs to you. The decisions that were made about your care were made without consulting your parents' actual wishes. You have been wronged in multiple ways by people who should have protected your interests. Harry nodded slowly, beginning to understand that the adults responsible for his life had made choices that hurt him, choices that went against what his parents had actually wanted for him. "What happens now?" he asked quietly. "Now," Griphook said with evident satisfaction, "we correct these wrongs. Gringotts will be pursuing full restitution for the unauthorized withdrawals, including penalties and interest. More importantly, we will be working with Director Bones to ensure that your true guardianship situation is properly resolved." He produced yet another document from his seemingly endless supply of legal papers. "Your parents left specific instructions for your education and upbringing, Mr. Potter. They established trust funds not just for your basic care, but for the finest magical education available. They wanted you raised by people who would love and protect you, not merely tolerate your existence." The concept of being loved and protected, as his parents had intended, was almost too wonderful for Harry to fully comprehend. He'd spent so long believing that he was unwanted and burdensome that imagining adults who actually wanted him felt like an impossible dream. "There are other provisions as well," Griphook continued. "Property that belongs to you, including a house in Godric's Hollow that has been maintained in trust. Family heirlooms that should have been passed down to you. Magical artifacts that are your birthright." Harry tried to process this flood of information. He owned a house. He had family things that were meant to be his. His parents had made plans for his happiness and security that no one had bothered to follow. The rage that suddenly flooded through him was pure and clean and completely unexpected. For 6 years he'd lived in a cupboard while he owned a house. He'd worn Dudley's cast-off clothing while having inheritance that could have provided for him properly. He'd been beaten and starved while money meant for his care was stolen by people who were supposed to protect him. "It's not fair," he said, his young voice shaking with emotion he didn't fully understand. "No, Mr. Potter," Griphook agreed solemnly. "It is not fair. But fairness and justice, while related concepts, are not identical. We cannot change what has happened to you, but we can ensure that you receive everything that is rightfully yours going forward." Professor McGonagall had been reading through the documents Griphook had provided, her expression growing darker with each page. "The scope of this deception is breathtaking," she said finally. "Albus, how could you authorize such extensive financial manipulation without ensuring the child was actually receiving proper care?" Dumbledore's expression was that of a man confronting the full consequences of decisions made with the best of intentions, but the worst of outcomes. "I believed," he said slowly, "that Harry's physical safety from Voldemort's remaining followers outweighed other considerations. The blood protection provided by living with his mother's family seemed worth any personal cost." "But it wasn't your cost to pay," Professor McGonagall replied with unusual sharpness. "It was Harry's cost, and he was 6 years old when you decided his suffering was an acceptable price for theoretical protection." The argument continued around Harry, but his attention had fixed on something Griphook had mentioned almost in passing. Sirius Black, the man who was supposed to have been his guardian, the man who was in prison, possibly wrongly. "Mr. Griphook," Harry said during a pause in the adult conversation, "the man who was supposed to take care of me, Sirius Black, is he really innocent?" Griphook's expression became carefully professional. "That, Mr. Potter, is not for Gringotts to determine. However, I can tell you that our investigation has found no evidence that he ever betrayed your parents' location to you-know-who, and considerable evidence that he was devoted to their safety and your welfare." He withdrew one final document from his folder, this one bearing what appeared to be Sirius Black's signature. Mr. Black established a separate trust fund for your education and care, completely independent of your parents' main inheritance. Even after he was imprisoned, that fund continued to grow through carefully managed investments. He never touched a single knut, despite having legal access to it. The picture Griphook painted was of a man who had planned for Harry's future, even while facing his own destruction. It was the behavior of someone who genuinely cared, not someone who had betrayed his best friends for money or power. "I want to meet him," Harry said suddenly, the words surprising him as much as the adults in the room. The request hung in the air like a challenge. Professor McGonagall looked troubled, while Professor Dumbledore's expression became even more guarded. Only Griphook seemed unsurprised by Harry's declaration. "That may be possible, Mr. Potter," the Goblin said carefully. "Director Bones has indicated that Mr. Black's case is being reviewed in light of recent evidence. If he is found to have been wrongfully convicted, arrangements could certainly be made. The possibility that Harry might actually meet the man his parents had chosen to raise him sent a thrill of excitement and terror through his small body. What if Sirius Black really was innocent? What if Harry could have the family he'd always dreamed of having? But what if he wasn't what Sirius Black expected? What if, after all these years, the man didn't want the responsibility of a damaged 6-year-old who came with more problems than advantages? As if reading his thoughts, Griphook spoke again with unusual gentleness. "Mr. Potter, I want you to understand something about Sirius Black. Every letter he wrote from Azkaban that we were permitted to review contained inquiries about your welfare. Every legal document he filed requested updates on your health and happiness. Even facing life imprisonment, his primary concern was ensuring you were being properly cared for." The description painted a picture of devotion that Harry had never imagined could be directed toward him. Someone had been thinking about him all these years, worrying about his welfare, trying to ensure his happiness, even from the depths of Wizard Prison. "When will we know?" Harry asked, his voice small but determined. "When will we know if he's innocent?" "Director Bones indicated that her investigation should be completed within the fortnight," Griphook replied. "If Mr. Black is exonerated, as seems increasingly likely, his first priority will undoubtedly be meeting the godson he's been separated from for 6 years." The meeting concluded with Griphook providing Professor McGonagall with extensive documentation of Harry's true financial situation and instructions for accessing funds needed for his proper care and education. The Goblin's parting words were directed to Harry personally. "You are not poor, Mr. Potter, and you are not powerless. Your parents made sure of that. What you choose to do with their gifts is now up to you, but you will never again be dependent on the questionable charity of those who do not have your best interests at heart." After Griphook had departed through the Floo network, Harry found himself alone with Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. The weight of everything he'd learned seemed to press down on him like a physical force. "Professor Dumbledore," he said carefully, "why didn't you tell me about Sirius Black before now?" Dumbledore's expression was that of a man who had run out of comfortable answers. "I believed he was guilty, Harry," he said finally. "I believed he had betrayed your parents, and that you were safer without him in your life." "But you were wrong," Harry observed with the brutal honesty of childhood. "It appears that I was," Dumbledore admitted, "and I am deeply sorry for the consequences of that error in judgment." The apology felt significant, coming from someone Harry had been taught to respect as the greatest wizard of his generation. But it also felt insufficient, given the magnitude of what Harry had lost through Dumbledore's mistakes. "Can I go see my house?" Harry asked suddenly. "The one in Godric's Hollow that belongs to me." Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged glances that clearly indicated this was not a simple request. "That house holds difficult memories, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "It's where your parents died. It might be traumatic for you to visit." "It's my house," Harry replied with quiet determination that surprised everyone, including himself. "They were my parents. If there are difficult memories there, they're mine to face. The logic was irrefutable, and Professor McGonagall nodded slowly. Perhaps when the current investigations are complete, she said diplomatically, when we know more about your legal status and Mr. Black's situation. Harry accepted this delay, understanding instinctively that the adults needed time to process the dramatic changes in his circumstances. But he also knew that he would eventually claim everything that belonged to him, every piece of his heritage that had been kept from him. That evening in the Hufflepuff common room, Harry shared the day's revelations with his housemates. Their reactions ranged from outrage at the injustices he'd suffered to excitement about his true inheritance and the possibility of meeting his godfather. "You're going to be rich," Justin observed with wonder. "Really, properly rich." "I already was rich," Harry pointed out with newfound understanding. "I just didn't know it because someone was stealing from me." The distinction was important to him. This wasn't about suddenly gaining wealth, but about reclaiming what had always been rightfully his. Susan Bones, whose aunt had been instrumental in uncovering the truth, was particularly vocal in her support. "Aunt Amelia says that financial crimes against children are among the most serious offences in wizarding law," she reported with satisfaction. "Whoever authorized those unauthorized withdrawals is going to face severe consequences." As Harry prepared for bed that night, his mind was spinning with possibilities he'd never dared to imagine. He might have a godfather who actually wanted him. He owned a house where his parents had lived. He had enough money to never again be dependent on anyone's questionable charity. But more than the material gains, what struck him most profoundly was the evidence that his parents had planned carefully for his happiness. They had chosen guardians who would love him, established funds for his education, preserved heirlooms for him to inherit. Every decision had been made with his welfare as the primary consideration. The Dursleys had stolen more than money from him. They had stolen the knowledge that he was loved and wanted, that his parents had made provision for his happiness, that there were people in the world who considered his welfare worth protecting. But knowledge, once gained, could never be taken away again. Harry Potter was beginning to understand not just that he had value, but that he had power. The power of wealth, of legal rights, of allies who would fight for his interests. Whatever came next, whatever investigations revealed, and whatever decisions were made about his future, Harry would face it from a position of strength rather than helplessness. And that, he thought, as sleep finally claimed him, changed everything about what his life could become. The shadows seemed to writhe with unnatural life in the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Little Hangleton. What had once been a place of mundane industrial activity now served as a gathering point for creatures of darkness, its broken windows and rusted machinery providing perfect concealment for activities that could not bear the light of day. In the center of the cavernous space, a circle of black-robed figures knelt in perfect silence, their faces hidden behind silver masks that gleamed coldly in the flickering light of magical torches. At their center stood a figure that barely qualified as human anymore, his serpentine features twisted with rage that seemed to radiate outward like heat from a forge. Lord Voldemort was not pleased. The Dark Lord's red eyes swept over his assembled followers with the calculating gaze of a predator evaluating prey. Each Death Eater could feel the weight of his displeasure pressing down on them like a physical force, making breathing difficult and thought nearly impossible. "Explain to me," Voldemort hissed, his high, cold voice carrying easily through the warehouse despite its whispered delivery, "how a 6-year-old child has managed to disrupt plans that have been 6 years in the making." The silence that greeted his question was absolute. None of the kneeling figures dared to move, let alone speak, understanding that any response they might offer would be inadequate and likely fatal. The Dark Lord began to pace, his movements fluid and predatory, as he circled his followers like a shark scenting blood. "Young Harry Potter was supposed to remain with his Muggle relatives," he continued, his voice growing colder with each word. "Isolated, ignorant and vulnerable. Instead, I am told he has somehow transported himself to Hogwarts 5 years ahead of schedule, and has already begun forming the alliances that could threaten everything we have worked toward. One of the kneeling figures, braver or more foolish than the rest, dared to speak. My lord. The voice was muffled by the silver mask, but carried the refined tones of old wizarding aristocracy. Surely a 6-year-old child poses no real threat to your plans. He is merely a boy, however famous he might be. Voldemort's gaze fixed on the speaker with the intensity of a laser, and the man began to tremble visibly under his master's scrutiny. Merely a boy, the Dark Lord repeated softly, and somehow the quiet tone was more terrifying than any scream. Tell me, Malfoy, what do you know of prophecies? Lucius Malfoy's trembling increased, understanding that he had walked into dangerous territory with his casual dismissal of the Potter boy's significance. Very little, my lord, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Then allow me to educate you, Voldemort said, with the false patience of a teacher addressing a particularly dim student. Prophecies are not suggestions or possibilities. They are glimpses of fate itself, threads in the tapestry of destiny that cannot be ignored without consequence. He raised his wand, a gesture that sent every Death Eater in the circle tensing for potential pain or death. The prophecy concerning Harry Potter speaks of power unknown to me, power that could mark my defeat. That prophecy becomes significantly more dangerous when the boy begins his magical education early, when he forms alliances with those who might recognize and nurture whatever abilities he possesses. The Dark Lord's pacing stopped directly in front of Lucius Malfoy, his red eyes boring into the man's hidden face. So you see, the child is not merely a boy. He is a potential weapon being forged by my enemies, and every day he remains at Hogwarts makes him more dangerous to our cause. Another figure dared to speak, this one female, and carrying the arrogant tones of pure blood supremacy. But surely, my lord, Bellatrix Lestrange's voice was eager, hungry for violence. Surely we could simply eliminate the threat. One small boy, however protected, cannot stand against your power. Voldemort's laugh was like the sound of breaking glass, sharp and cutting and completely without humor. Oh, Bellatrix, he said with mock affection, your solution to every problem is murder and mayhem. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, the situation requires more subtlety than your usual approach. He turned away from his followers, facing the broken windows that looked out into the darkness beyond. The Potter boys' early arrival at Hogwarts has accelerated everything. Dumbledore's plans, whatever they were, are now in disarray. The careful isolation that was supposed to keep the boy weak and dependent has been shattered. He is forming bonds with other children, learning from competent teachers, discovering his heritage and power years ahead of schedule. The implications of this development clearly weighed heavily on the Dark Lord's inhuman mind. Every calculation, every carefully laid plan had been based on Harry Potter remaining ignorant and isolated until his 11th birthday. Now at age 6, he was already being integrated into the magical world with all the protection and support that entailed. We must adapt, Voldemort continued, his voice taking on the tone of a general addressing his troops. If the boy is to receive an early magical education, then we must ensure that education includes lessons we wish him to learn. Wormtail, he called, and a cowering figure in the outer circle of Death Eaters scurried forward on hands and knees like the animal his nickname suggested. Peter Pettigrew had once been a Gryffindor, a friend to Harry's parents, a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Now he was something far less than human, sustained only by the Dark Lord's whim and his own cowardice. Tell me what your contacts within the Ministry have reported about the Potter boy's current situation, Voldemort commanded. Wormtail's voice was high and wheedling as he delivered his intelligence. The boy has been placed under the protection of Hogwarts, my lord. Director Bones is investigating his previous treatment by his Muggle relatives. There are rumors that Gringotts has become involved, claiming financial irregularities in the management of his inheritance. Voldemort's eyes narrowed at this information. Gringotts' involvement suggested that someone with considerable knowledge and influence was working on the boy's behalf, possibly exposing connections and arrangements that had been carefully hidden for years. "And what of Dumbledore?" he asked. "How has the meddling old fool responded to this disruption of his precious plans?" Wormtail's expression, what could be seen of it around his rat-like features, became thoughtful. "He appears to be struggling to maintain control of the situation, my lord. The boy's early arrival has forced revelations that Dumbledore clearly wished to keep hidden. There is talk of investigations into unauthorized financial transactions and questions about the boy's original guardianship arrangements. This news brought something that might have been satisfaction to Voldemort's serpentine features. If Dumbledore was losing control of the Potter situation, that created opportunities that could be exploited. "Excellent," he hissed. "When one's enemies are in disarray, one does not allow them time to recover. We will accelerate our own timeline to match theirs." He turned back to his assembled followers, his red eyes gleaming with renewed purpose. "The boy's early emergence means we no longer have the luxury of patience. We must move quickly to establish our influence and eliminate potential threats before they can consolidate their power. But my lord," another Death Eater dared to interject, "Hogwarts is one of the most heavily protected places in magical Britain. Surely direct action against the school would be." "Suicide," Voldemort finished coldly. "Yes, I am aware of Hogwarts's defenses, which is why we will not attack the school directly." The Dark Lord's smile was terrible to behold, revealing teeth that seemed sharper than they should be on a human face. "Instead, we will use the chaos surrounding the Potter boys' situation to our advantage. Investigations into past arrangements create vulnerabilities. Legal proceedings require witnesses who might be influenced. Financial irregularities suggest corruption that we can exploit." He raised his wand again, and this time the gesture was clearly a threat directed at his own followers. "I want intelligence on everyone involved in the Potter boys' current situation. Teachers, investigators, goblin account managers, ministry officials. Everyone who might influence his development or protection. Find their weaknesses, their fears, their secrets. Find leverage we can use to control or eliminate them." The Death Eaters nodded their understanding, though several seemed troubled by the scope of the task they were being assigned. "Furthermore," Voldemort continued, his voice taking on an even more dangerous edge, "I want to know everything about the boy himself. His daily routine, his classes, his friendships, his fears. Knowledge is power, and I will have complete knowledge of my enemy before I move against him." One of the younger Death Eaters, clearly new to the inner circle, raised a tentative hand. "My lord, how are we to gather such detailed intelligence about activities within Hogwarts itself?" Voldemort's gaze fixed on the questioner with predatory interest. "An excellent question," he said, though his tone suggested the question's excellence lay in its providing an opportunity for demonstration rather than education. "Tell me," he continued, moving closer to the young Death Eater, "what do you know about the magical creatures that serve Hogwarts?" The man stammered something about house elves and groundskeeping, clearly out of his depth. "House elves," Voldemort repeated with apparent satisfaction. "Magical creatures bound by ancient magic to serve their masters without question. Creatures who are invisible to most wizards, who have access to every part of the castle, who hear every conversation and see every private moment." The implications of this statement sent visible shudders through several of the assembled Death Eaters. "And house elves," the Dark Lord continued with evident pleasure at his followers' discomfort, "can be persuaded to serve new masters, given the proper motivation." He gestured with his wand, and images appeared in the air above them. Not the crude magical photographs of the wizarding world, but moving pictures with perfect clarity that showed the interior of Hogwarts in remarkable detail. "I have already begun cultivating sources within the castle," Voldemort announced. "Soon I will know more about Harry Potter's daily activities than the boy knows himself." The magical surveillance images shifted and focused, zooming in on recognizable areas of Hogwarts. The Great Hall during meals, classrooms during lessons, common rooms during study periods. And moving through it all, barely visible even to careful observation, were the small figures of house elves going about their duties. "But surveillance is only the beginning," Voldemort continued, clearly enjoying the demonstration of his expanding reach. "The same creatures who can watch can also act. A misplaced potion ingredient here, a tampered ward there, an untraceable curse on a seemingly innocent object." The Death Eaters exchanged nervous glances at this catalogue of potential sabotage. Several seemed to be reconsidering their commitment to their master's cause, realizing that his methods were becoming increasingly reckless and far-reaching. However, the Dark Lord added, his tone becoming thoughtful, direct attacks on the boy himself would be counterproductive at this stage. His death or obvious harm would only make him a martyr and strengthen the resolve of our enemies. "Then what do you propose, my lord?" asked Bellatrix, clearly disappointed at the prospect of avoiding direct violence. "We attack everything around him," Voldemort replied with cold satisfaction. "His friends, his teachers, his sense of safety and belonging. We make Hogwarts feel less like a sanctuary and more like a trap. We isolate him psychologically, even while he remains physically protected." The plan taking shape was clearly more subtle and insidious than the blunt force approach most Death Eaters preferred, but several of the more intelligent followers nodded their understanding, recognizing the wisdom of undermining their enemy's support structure rather than attacking his defenses directly. "Begin immediately," Voldemort commanded, his voice carrying the absolute authority that none of his followers dared question. "I want reports on our intelligence gathering within the week. I want plans for undermining the boy's support network within the month. And I want Potter himself to begin experiencing the isolation and fear that will make him vulnerable to more direct approaches." As the Death Eaters began to disperse, melting away into the shadows with the practiced ease of those accustomed to operating in secrecy, Voldemort remained in the center of the warehouse. His red eyes stared out into the darkness, seeing not the abandoned industrial landscape before him, but the future he intended to create. Harry Potter's early arrival at Hogwarts had indeed disrupted carefully laid plans, but disruption could also create opportunity for those clever enough to adapt quickly. The boy's premature integration into the magical world meant he would begin developing his abilities years ahead of schedule, but it also meant he would be forming emotional attachments that could be exploited. A 6-year-old child, no matter how magically powerful, was still fundamentally a child. Children craved approval, feared abandonment, and could be manipulated through their need for belonging and security. If Hogwarts could no longer be counted on to keep Harry Potter isolated and ignorant, then Hogwarts itself would have to be transformed into a source of psychological pressure and emotional manipulation. The Dark Lord smiled, an expression that no living creature should ever witness and remain sane. Let Dumbledore scramble to adapt his precious plans to accommodate the boy's early arrival. Let the Ministry investigate past arrangements and expose their own incompetence. Let Gringotts pursue their financial irregularities and reveal the corruption at the heart of wizarding society. All of it simply created more chaos for him to exploit, more vulnerabilities to probe, more opportunities to strike at his enemies when they were distracted and divided. Harry Potter might have escaped his Muggle relatives ahead of schedule, but he had not escaped the Dark Lord's attention. If anything, his premature entry into the magical world had simply moved him closer to where Voldemort could reach him. And when the time came, when the boy had been sufficiently isolated and psychologically prepared, Harry Potter would discover that some fates could not be avoided, only delayed. The warehouse fell silent as the last of the Death Eaters disappeared into the night, leaving only shadows and the lingering sense of malevolent purpose. But in the darkness, Red Eyes continued to watch and plan, counting down the days until a 6-year-old boy would learn that even the safest sanctuary could become a prison with the right application of pressure. The game had changed, but the Dark Lord was confident he could still win it. After all, he had time, resources, and most importantly, the absolute ruthlessness necessary to corrupt everything Harry Potter had begun to love. Let the boy enjoy his brief happiness at Hogwarts. Soon enough, he would discover that every friendship was fragile, every trust could be betrayed, and every safe place could become dangerous when touched by the influence of Lord Voldemort. Harry woke to the sound of his scar burning, not the dull ache that sometimes plagued him during particularly intense lessons or emotional moments, but a sharp, searing pain that felt like someone was pressing a white-hot brand against his forehead. He sat up in his dormitory bed, with a gasp that seemed unnaturally loud in the pre-dawn silence, his hand flying instinctively to touch the lightning bolt mark that had become an unwelcome barometer of approaching danger. Around him, his dormmates slept peacefully, unaware that their youngest housemate was experiencing what felt like molten metal being poured directly into his skull. Harry bit his lip to keep from crying out, years of conditioning from the Dursleys making him reluctant to disturb others with his pain, even when that pain might signal something far more dangerous than a simple headache. The burning intensified, and with it came flashes of images that didn't belong to him. Dark figures moving through shadows, red eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. A high, cold voice speaking words that made Harry's blood turn to ice in his veins. Soon, the voice whispered across the connection that linked Harry's mind to something terrible and alien. Very soon now. Harry pressed both hands against his scar, trying to muffle the psychic intrusion through physical pressure. The technique didn't work, but it gave him something to focus on besides the invasive presence that seemed to be probing at the edges of his consciousness, like fingers testing the strength of a locked door. The attack lasted perhaps 5 minutes, though it felt like hours to Harry's 6-year-old perception of time. When it finally faded, leaving only the familiar dull throb that had become his constant companion, Harry was left shaking and nauseated in his bed, cold sweat making his pajamas cling uncomfortably to his small frame. This had been different from his previous scar episodes, more intense, more invasive, and carrying with it an unmistakable sense of imminent threat. Whatever was coming, it was coming soon, and Harry's magical connection to the source of that threat had given him advance warning whether he wanted it or not. He slipped quietly from his bed and made his way to the common room, hoping that the change of scenery might help clear his head and calm his racing heart. The Hufflepuff common room was empty at this early hour, its yellow and black decorations looking somehow ominous in the dim light that filtered through the windows. Harry settled into one of the comfortable chairs near the fireplace, drawing his knees up to his chest and trying to process what he'd experienced. The images that had accompanied the pain were fragmentary but disturbing. He'd seen Hogwarts from the outside, its familiar towers and walls somehow made sinister by being viewed through alien eyes. He'd felt a presence planning and calculating, weighing options with the cold rationality of a chess master moving pieces across a board. Most disturbing of all, he'd sensed that he himself was the primary focus of whatever malevolent intelligence had touched his mind. Something was coming to Hogwarts, something that meant him harm. Harry sat in the quiet common room for nearly an hour, watching the sun rise through the windows and listening to the castle begin to stir around him. The familiar sounds of students waking and beginning their daily routines provided some comfort, but couldn't entirely banish the sense of foreboding that had settled over him like a suffocating blanket. By the time his dormmates began appearing for breakfast, Harry had made a decision. He needed to tell someone about what he'd experienced, and he needed to do it before whatever was coming actually arrived. Professor Sprout was in the greenhouse when Harry found her, tending to a collection of plants that seemed to glow with their own internal light. Her hands were covered with soil, and her robes bore the stains of honest work, but she looked up with immediate concern when she saw Harry's pale face and haunted expression. "Harry, dear, she said gently, setting down her watering can and giving him her full attention. "You look like you've seen a ghost. What's troubling you?" "My scar," Harry said without preamble, touching the lightning bolt mark with trembling fingers. "It hurt this morning, worse than it's ever hurt before. And I saw things." Professor Sprout's expression immediately became more serious. She guided Harry to a bench among the greenhouse plants, her manner suggesting that she understood this was not a conversation to be rushed or dismissed. "What sort of things did you see?" she asked carefully. "Dark figures," Harry said, trying to put the fragmented images into words that would convey their menace. "Someone with red eyes, planning something. And Hogwarts, but seen from outside, like someone was watching the castle." Professor Sprout's face had gone pale as Harry described his vision, and she was already reaching for the magical communication device that would allow her to contact other teachers immediately. "Harry," she said, with forced calm, "I need you to stay here while I fetch Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. Can you do that for me?" Harry nodded, understanding instinctively that his vision had confirmed fears the adults had been harboring, but hoping to avoid. The speed with which Professor Sprout contacted other teachers suggested that they had been expecting something like this, preparing for threats that Harry was only now beginning to understand. Within minutes, the greenhouse had filled with adults wearing expressions of barely contained alarm. Professor McGonagall arrived first, her usually immaculate appearance slightly dishevelled, as if she'd dressed hastily. Professor Dumbledore followed moments later, his typical serenity replaced by something that looked remarkably like grim determination. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said without preamble, "tell us exactly what you experienced this morning. Every detail you can remember, no matter how insignificant it might seem." Harry recounted his vision as accurately as his 6-year-old vocabulary would allow, describing the burning pain, the invasive presence, and the fragmented images that had accompanied the psychic attack. The adults listened with increasing tension, exchanging glances that spoke of shared knowledge and mutual concern. When Harry finished his account, Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes more serious than Harry had ever seen them. "Harry," he said gently, "I need you to understand something very important. The connection you have to the person who gave you that scar allows you to sometimes sense his thoughts and intentions. What you experienced this morning suggests that he is planning something that involves Hogwarts directly. The careful way Dumbledore avoided naming Voldemort didn't escape Harry's notice, but he was more concerned with the implications of what the headmaster was telling him. "He's coming here," Harry said, and it wasn't really a question. "We believe so, yes," Professor McGonagall confirmed, "which is why we need to take immediate precautions to ensure the safety of all our students." What happened next unfolded with the precision of a plan that had been prepared in advance, but hoped never to be used. Within an hour, Hogwarts had been quietly transformed from a school into a fortress, with defensive measures activated that most students never knew existed. The castle's ancient ward stones, dormant for decades, began to hum with renewed power. Protective enchantments that had been layered onto the foundations by generations of headmasters flared to life, creating barriers that would challenge even the most powerful dark wizards. The very walls seemed to thicken and strengthen, as if the castle itself was preparing for war. But the most significant change was in the students themselves. Without fanfare or explanation, older students began organizing themselves into protective groups around their younger housemates. Harry found himself at the center of a defensive formation that included not just his Hufflepuff friends, but students from every house who seemed to understand instinctively that his safety was paramount to everyone's survival. Ron and Hermione appeared at his side, as if summoned by magic, their faces grim with determination that seemed far too mature for children their age. "We're not leaving you alone," Ron announced, with the finality of someone making an unbreakable vow. "Whatever's coming, we're facing it together." Hermione had clearly been researching defensive magic with her usual thoroughness, because she immediately began explaining protective spells and emergency procedures with the efficiency of a drill sergeant preparing troops for battle. "The castle has multiple safe rooms," she reported, consulting notes written in her precise handwriting. "If we need to retreat, there are passages that lead to protected areas where even dark wizards can't follow." Harry listened to his friend's preparations with a mixture of gratitude and guilt. These children, these brave, wonderful children, were putting themselves at risk to protect him from a threat they didn't fully understand. The weight of their loyalty and friendship felt almost as heavy as the approaching danger itself. The attack came at sunset, when the failing light created perfect cover for figures moving across the grounds. Harry was in the library with his study group when the first alarms began to sound. Not the gentle chimes that usually signaled meal times or class changes, but harsh, urgent bells that sent every student in the castle into immediate alert mode. Through the tall windows, they could see dark shapes moving across the lawn toward the castle. At this distance, the figures looked like shadows given substance, their black robes blending with the gathering darkness until they seemed like holes cut out of reality itself. "Death Eaters," Hermione breathed, her face pale but her voice steady. "They're actually attacking Hogwarts." The response was immediate and overwhelming. Students from every house began moving with practiced efficiency toward predetermined defensive positions, their movements suggesting that emergency drills had been conducted more frequently than most of them had realized. Prefects and head boy and girl emerged from seemingly everywhere, directing younger students toward safety, while organizing older ones into defensive formations. Harry found himself being shepherded toward the Great Hall, along with the other younger students, but the protective formation around him was denser and more determined than anything protecting his classmates. Ron and Hermione flanked him like bodyguards, while students he barely knew from other houses took positions that clearly indicated they considered his protection their primary mission. The Great Hall had been transformed into something resembling a military command center. The house tables had been moved aside to create open space, while the teacher's table had become a strategic planning station where professors coordinated defensive measures with grim efficiency. Professor McGonagall was issuing orders with the authority of someone accustomed to leading in crisis situations, while Professor Flitwick directed complex ward-strengthening spells with movements so precise they looked like deadly choreography. Even Professor Snape had abandoned his usual disdainful demeanor in favor of focused concentration as he prepared potions that Harry suspected were not intended for healing. At the center of all this activity, Professor Dumbledore stood like a pillar of calm authority. His usual grandfatherly appearance had been replaced by something that reminded Harry powerfully of the greatest wizard of his generation, someone whose power and determination had held dark forces at bay for decades. "Students," Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying easily through the hall despite its conversational tone. "What is happening tonight is serious, but it is not unexpected. Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years precisely because we do not yield to those who would use fear and violence to achieve their goals." The speech was clearly intended to calm and inspire, but Harry could see the tension in every adult face. This was not a drill or a theoretical exercise. Real danger was approaching the castle, and everyone present understood that the next few hours would determine whether Hogwarts remained a sanctuary or became something far darker. The first direct assault came as a test of the castle's outer defenses. Spells that could shatter stone struck the ancient walls only to dissipate harmlessly against barriers that had been strengthened by generations of protective magic. The attackers quickly realized that brute force would not be sufficient to breach Hogwarts's defenses. But Death Eaters had not survived years of hiding and fighting by relying solely on magical power. They began probing for weaknesses, testing different approaches, and searching for vulnerabilities that could be exploited through cunning rather than strength. Harry watched the battle unfold from his position in the Great Hall, surrounded by protective friends, and feeling utterly helpless despite being at the center of everything happening around him. His scar continued to burn with steadily increasing intensity, providing him with unwanted insight into the attackers' strategies and growing frustration. "They're looking for a way inside," he reported to Professor McGonagall during a brief lull in the assault. Not just to attack the castle, but to get to someone specific. The professor's sharp gaze fixed on him immediately. Someone specific, meaning you, I assume? Harry nodded, touching his scar again. They're not just trying to hurt people or destroy things. This whole attack is meant to capture me. The revelation changed the entire dynamic of the defensive strategy. If the Death Eater's primary goal was to capture Harry rather than destroy the school, then certain types of defensive measures would be counterproductive. They needed to protect him specifically, while avoiding tactics that might make the attackers desperate enough to cause indiscriminate destruction. Professor McGonagall quickly relayed this intelligence to the other teachers, and Harry could see the defensive formations shifting in response. Students were being moved further away from potential breach points, while the protective formation around Harry became even denser and more determined. The second wave of attacks came from multiple directions simultaneously, forcing the defenders to spread their attention across several fronts. Spells flew through the night air like deadly fireworks, illuminating the grounds in flashes of colored light that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. But Hogwarts's defenders were not limited to the teachers and older students. The castle itself seemed to be fighting back, with suits of armor coming to life to patrol corridors and moving staircases, reconfiguring themselves to create mazes that would confuse and delay intruders. Even the portraits were contributing, carrying messages between different parts of the castle and providing intelligence about enemy movements. Harry's friends had positioned themselves as his final line of defense, their young faces set with determination that was both inspiring and heartbreaking. Ron had somehow acquired a spare wand and was practicing defensive spells with grim concentration, while Hermione had armed herself with a collection of protective charms that she'd apparently memorized from advanced textbooks. "We're not letting them take you," Ron declared with absolute finality. "I don't care what they threaten or promise. We're not letting them take you." The sentiment was echoed by students throughout the hall, creating a chorus of determination that seemed to strengthen the very air around them. Harry felt something warm and powerful building in his chest, a sensation that had nothing to do with fear or anger, and everything to do with the fierce loyalty of people who had chosen to stand with him, regardless of the cost. The tide of battle began to turn when Professor Dumbledore finally joined the active defense. The headmaster's magic was like nothing Harry had ever witnessed, spells that seemed to reshape reality itself, flowing from his wand with casual precision. Barriers that had seemed impenetrable to the Death Eaters were reinforced beyond their ability to challenge, while counterspells drove the attackers back across the grounds with relentless efficiency. But even as the immediate threat was being repelled, Harry could sense through his scar connection that this had been merely the opening move in a larger game. The Death Eaters were retreating, but not in defeat. They had gathered intelligence, tested defenses, and confirmed that Harry Potter was indeed at Hogwarts and heavily protected. More importantly, they had demonstrated that Hogwarts was not beyond their reach. The castle's defenses could be probed, its routines observed, its vulnerabilities identified and exploited. Tonight had been a reconnaissance mission disguised as an assault, and from that perspective it had been entirely successful. As the sounds of battle faded and the immediate danger passed, Harry found himself surrounded by friends and protectors whose faces showed a mixture of relief, exhaustion, and grim determination. They had won this encounter, but everyone present understood that it was only the beginning of a much larger conflict. That night, as Harry lay in his dormitory bed, listening to his housemate's steady breathing and trying to process everything that had happened, his scar continued to throb with residual pain. But now the sensation carried a different message, one that filled him with equal parts dread and determination. The Dark Lord knew where he was. More importantly, the Dark Lord now understood exactly how much Harry was valued and protected by the people around him. And that knowledge, Harry realized with wisdom far beyond his 6 years, made everyone he cared about a target. The war for Harry Potter's future had officially begun. The morning after the attack brought changes to Hogwarts that were as profound as they were necessary. Harry woke to find his dormitory subtly different, with new protective wards humming quietly in the walls and additional magical safeguards that made the very air feel denser and more secure. His dormmates moved with a new awareness, their casual childhood innocence tempered by the understanding that they were living in a place under siege. At breakfast, the great hall buzzed with subdued conversations about the previous night's events. Students who had witnessed the Death Eater assault spoke in hushed tones about spells they'd never seen before and defenses they'd never known existed. But what struck Harry most powerfully was the way eyes kept turning toward him, not with accusation or resentment, but with a fierce protectiveness that made his chest tight with unfamiliar emotion. Professor McGonagall approached the Hufflepuff table with a purposeful stride that suggested important decisions had been made during the night. "Mr. Potter," she said formally, though her expression carried warmth beneath its professional reserve. "The staff has convened an emergency meeting regarding your continued education and safety. Your presence is requested in the headmaster's office immediately after breakfast." Harry nodded, understanding that this summons represented a fundamental shift in how the adults around him viewed his situation. The attack had proven that passive protection was insufficient. If he was going to survive the attention of dark wizards, he would need to become something more than a 6-year-old boy hiding behind other people's magic. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt different this morning, with corridors that seemed more alert and portraits that tracked his movement with obvious concern. Harry noticed details he'd never seen before. The way certain stones in the walls glowed faintly with protective magic, the subtle shimmer of ward lines crossing overhead, the presence of what appeared to be invisible guardians moving just beyond the edge of perception. Hogwarts had always been magical, but now it felt like a castle preparing for war. The headmaster's office was crowded with adults whose expressions ranged from grim determination to barely concealed worry. Professor McGonagall sat beside Dumbledore's desk, while Professor Flitwick perched on a stack of books that allowed him to see over a collection of documents spread across the surface. Most surprising was the presence of Madame Pomfrey, whose usually gentle demeanour had been replaced by something that looked remarkably like martial resolve. "Harry," Dumbledore said as soon as the boy was seated, "last night's events have made it clear that your safety, and the safety of everyone around you, requires a significant acceleration of your magical education." The headmaster's tone was gentle, but carried an undertone of urgency that Harry had never heard before. "We can no longer afford to treat you as a normal 6-year-old student," Dumbledore continued. "Your connection to Voldemort, your obvious magical potential, and your strategic importance to both sides of this conflict mean that you must be prepared to defend yourself and others far sooner than we had hoped." Harry absorbed this information with the solemn attention of a child who understood that his childhood had officially ended the moment Death Eaters appeared on Hogwarts grounds. "What does that mean?" he asked quietly. Professor Flitwick leaned forward, his usually cheerful demeanour replaced by scholarly intensity. "It means, Mr. Potter, that we're going to teach you magic that most students don't learn until their final years at Hogwarts. Defense against the dark arts, advanced protective charms, and most importantly, how to control and direct the considerable magical power you've already demonstrated." Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat, drawing attention to her presence in what was clearly an academic planning session. "It also means," she added with professional firmness, "that we'll be monitoring your physical and emotional development very carefully. Accelerated magical training can be dangerous for a child your age, and we won't allow your education to come at the cost of your health." Professor McGonagall opened one of the folders on Dumbledore's desk, revealing what appeared to be an extensive curriculum that had been designed specifically for Harry's unique circumstances. "We've developed a comprehensive program that will address both your immediate safety needs and your long-term magical development," she explained. "Professor Flitwick will teach you advanced defensive magic. Professor Snape will provide instruction in potion making that includes both healing remedies and protective elixirs. I will personally oversee your transfiguration studies, which will include both practical applications and theoretical understanding of magical transformation. The scope of what they were proposing was overwhelming. Harry tried to imagine himself learning magic that seventh-year students found challenging, mastering spells that adult wizards used to protect themselves from dark forces. "But what about my regular lessons?" he asked, thinking of the reading and arithmetic sessions that had been slowly building his confidence in academic subjects. "Those will continue as well," Dumbledore assured him with a slight smile. "Your intellectual development remains as important as your magical training. However, we'll be integrating your academic studies with your magical education in ways that will make both more relevant to your current situation." Professor Flitwick produced a small leather journal from his robes, its pages filled with diagrams and incantations written in his precise handwriting. "This will be your personal grimoire, Mr. Potter," he explained with obvious pride. "Every spell you learn, every technique you master, will be recorded here for future reference. By the time your formal Hogwarts education begins, you'll have accumulated knowledge that most students never acquire." The idea of having his own spell book, his own collection of magical knowledge, sent a thrill of excitement through Harry despite the serious circumstances that had made such education necessary. "When do we start?" he asked, and was surprised by the determination he heard in his own voice. Immediately, Professor McGonagall replied, "Your first advanced lesson begins this afternoon, and from now on your days will be structured around intensive magical training interspersed with regular academic work." As the meeting concluded, and Harry prepared to return to his morning classes, Dumbledore called him aside for a private word. The headmaster's expression was more serious than Harry had ever seen it, carrying a weight that made the boy suddenly aware of just how dangerous his situation had become. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly, "I want you to understand something very important about what we're asking of you. The training you're about to undertake is designed to prepare you for challenges that no child should ever have to face. If there were any other way to ensure your safety and the safety of those around you, we would pursue it without hesitation. But there isn't another way," Harry said, and it wasn't really a question. "No," Dumbledore confirmed with visible sadness. "There is not. Your early arrival at Hogwarts has accelerated everything, including the dangers that were always going to be part of your life." Harry nodded, accepting this reality with the pragmatism that had carried him through 6 years of life with the Dursleys. "I'll do whatever I need to do," he said simply. "These people have been kind to me. I won't let anyone hurt them because of me." The sentiment seemed to affect Dumbledore deeply, his blue eyes showing a mixture of pride and sorrow that spoke to the tragedy of a 6-year-old making such adult commitments. Harry's afternoon lessons began with Professor Flitwick in a classroom that had been specially prepared for advanced magical instruction. The walls were lined with protective padding that could absorb misfired spells, while the floor was marked with practice circles designed to contain magical energy during training exercises. Today, Professor Flitwick announced with enthusiasm that seemed only slightly forced, "We begin your education in defensive magic. The first and most important lesson is this. Magic is not just about wand movements and incantations. True magical power comes from intention, focus, and the ability to channel your emotions into productive energy." He demonstrated with a simple shielding charm that created a barrier of silver light between himself and a practice target. The spell looked effortless when he cast it, but Harry could sense the complex magical theory underlying its apparently simple execution. "Now," the professor continued, "I want you to try the same charm. Don't worry about getting it perfect on your first attempt. Focus on your intention to create protection, and let your magic respond to that need." Harry raised his wand, a holly and phoenix feather instrument that had been selected specifically for its compatibility with his magical signature. The incantation felt strange on his 6-year-old tongue, but as he spoke the words and made the prescribed wand movement, he felt something respond deep within his magical core. The shield that materialized was not the silvery barrier Professor Flitwick had created, but rather a dome of golden light that seemed to pulse with its own internal rhythm. More startling still, the magical construct felt warm and comforting, rather than merely protective, as if Harry's subconscious had modified the spell to reflect his deepest needs. Extraordinary, Professor Flitwick breathed, his eyes wide with academic fascination. Mr. Potter, you've just performed a variation of the shielding charm that I've never seen before. Your magic appears to be adapting standard spells to suit your particular emotional and spiritual requirements. The training continued with increasingly complex defensive magic, each spell revealing new aspects of Harry's unusual magical development. His disarming charm created a web of golden threads that gently removed weapons rather than violently jerking them away. His stunning spell manifested as a warm, sleepy energy that left practice targets peacefully unconscious rather than forcibly incapacitated. It became clear that Harry's magic was fundamentally different from what Professor Flitwick expected, colored by a deep need for protection and healing that seemed to override the more aggressive aspects of defensive spells. Your magic is telling us something important, Professor Flitwick observed as they concluded the lesson. It appears to be naturally inclined toward protection and healing rather than combat. This is not a weakness, Mr. Potter. Some of the most powerful wizards in history have had magic that favored creation over destruction. The next phase of Harry's training took place in the dungeons with Professor Snape, whose usual disdain for students seemed somewhat muted by the gravity of the situation. The potions master had prepared a workspace that looked more like a professional alchemical laboratory than a classroom, with ingredients and equipment that Harry suspected were normally reserved for advanced adult practitioners. Potter, Professor Snape said without preamble, you will be learning to brew potions that could save your life or the lives of others. This is not the simple instruction in basic remedies that first-year students receive. One mistake in the potions I'm about to teach you could result in permanent injury or death. The warning was delivered with Snape's characteristic bluntness, but Harry sensed an underlying concern that the professor was trying to disguise. Despite their difficult relationship, Snape clearly took his responsibility for Harry's education seriously. We begin with healing draughts, Snape continued, indicating a collection of ingredients that seemed to shimmer with magical potential. Pepper-up potion for magical exhaustion, blood-replenishing potion for serious injuries, and most importantly, a modified version of the draught of living death that can simulate death convincingly enough to fool even skilled magical practitioners. Harry listened with fascination as Professor Snape explained the theoretical principles underlying advanced potion-making. Unlike the spell work he'd practiced with Professor Flitwick, potions required precise measurement, perfect timing, and an understanding of how magical ingredients interacted on both chemical and mystical levels. His first attempts were clumsy, but showed promise. Harry's natural caution and attention to detail served him well in potion-making, where patience and precision were more valuable than raw magical power. Professor Snape watched his work with increasingly thoughtful expressions, occasionally offering corrections or suggestions in a tone that was considerably less harsh than his usual classroom manner. By the end of the lesson, Harry had successfully brewed a simple healing potion that glowed with warm, golden light. Professor Snape examined the results with professional thoroughness before pronouncing them acceptable for a first attempt. Your potion work shows potential, Potter, the professor said grudgingly. Unlike your father, you appear capable of following instructions precisely and maintaining focus during delicate procedures. The comparison to his father was delivered in Snape's typically cutting tone, but Harry sensed something complicated underneath the surface hostility. There were layers to Professor Snape's relationship with the Potter family that a 6-year-old couldn't fully understand, but Harry filed the information away for future consideration. The most challenging aspect of Harry's accelerated education proved to be the sessions with Professor McGonagall focused on transfiguration theory and practice. Transfiguration required not just magical power and precise wand work, but a deep understanding of the fundamental principles governing magical transformation. Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall explained, as she demonstrated, converting a matchstick into a needle, is the branch of magic that deals with changing one thing into another. At its most basic level, this involves altering the physical properties of objects. At advanced levels, transfiguration can reshape reality itself. Harry watched with fascination as his usually stern teacher performed increasingly complex transformations, each one requiring greater skill and magical control than the last. A wooden desk became a pig, which was then transformed into a crystal sculpture before finally returning to its original form. The key to successful transfiguration, she continued, is understanding that you're not destroying the original object and creating something new. You're revealing the potential for change that exists within all matter and directing that potential toward a specific outcome. When Harry attempted his first transfiguration, the results were both encouraging and slightly alarming. The matchstick he was supposed to transform into a needle began to change, as directed. But the transformation didn't stop there. Instead of becoming a simple needle, the object continued evolving, becoming a tiny silver wand that pulsed with its own magical energy. Remarkable, Professor McGonagall observed, though her tone carried notes of both admiration and concern. Mr. Potter, your transfiguration appears to be guided by an intuitive understanding of magical principles that most students take years to develop. She carefully examined the transformed object, running diagnostic spells to determine its properties and potential. This isn't just transfiguration, she concluded, after several minutes of analysis. You've somehow created a functional magical focus during your first attempt at basic object transformation. That level of intuitive magical understanding is unprecedented in someone your age. As word of Harry's unusual magical development spread among the faculty, his training became increasingly specialized and intensive. Each professor seemed determined to push the boundaries of what a 6-year-old could accomplish, while simultaneously monitoring his physical and emotional responses to ensure the accelerated education wasn't causing harm. Professor Sprout introduced him to magical herbology that focused on plants with defensive and healing properties. Under her guidance, Harry learned to cultivate and harvest ingredients that could be used in protective potions and healing remedies. His natural affinity for growing things seemed enhanced by his magical development, allowing him to coax extraordinary growth and potency from even ordinary magical plants. Professor Binns adapted his historical instruction to focus on conflicts with dark wizards and the defensive strategies that had proven effective throughout magical history. While the ghost's delivery remained as monotonous as ever, the content of his lessons had become intensely practical, providing Harry with knowledge of tactics and countermeasures that might prove vital in future confrontations. Even Hagrid contributed to Harry's education, teaching him about magical creatures that could serve as allies or pose threats during conflicts with dark forces. The half-giant's lessons took place in the Forbidden Forest, where Harry learned to recognize and communicate with creatures that most wizards avoided or feared. As weeks passed and Harry's magical abilities developed at an unprecedented rate, his friends and housemates began to treat him with a mixture of admiration and protective concern. Ron and Hermione continued to visit whenever their schedules allowed, but their conversations now included discussions of advanced magical theory and defensive strategies that would have been incomprehensible to them just months earlier. "You're becoming something incredible," Hermione observed during one of their evening study sessions. "I've been reading about magical prodigies throughout history, and none of them accomplished what you're doing at your age." But the praise came with an undercurrent of worry that Harry couldn't ignore. His accelerated education was creating distance between him and his peers, marking him as different in ways that went beyond his famous scar or tragic history. "I don't want to be different," Harry confided, during a quiet moment when they were alone in the library. "I just want to be a normal kid with normal friends." Ron's response was immediate and fierce. "You'll always be our friend, Harry. Fame and power don't change that. But you're right to want to be normal." The problem is that normal isn't an option for you anymore. The truth of that statement became clear during Harry's evening meditation sessions, a practice that had been introduced to help him manage the emotional stress of his intensive training. As he sat in quiet concentration, focusing on the breathing techniques Professor McGonagall had taught him, Harry could feel his magical core growing stronger and more complex with each passing day. But growth brought responsibility. Each new spell he mastered, each defensive technique he perfected, was another reminder that his childhood was ending far too soon. 6-year-old boys were supposed to worry about playground games and bedtime stories, not death curses and defensive strategies. Yet when Harry looked around at the people who had chosen to protect and nurture him, when he saw the genuine care in his teachers' faces and the fierce loyalty of his friends, he found the strength to accept his unusual destiny. These people had given him something the Dursleys never had, a sense of belonging and worth that was strong enough to carry him through whatever challenges lay ahead. As he prepared for bed each night in his comfortable dormitory, surrounded by friends who considered his welfare worth defending with their lives, Harry Potter began to understand that power was not just about magical ability or tactical knowledge. True power lay in the bonds of love and loyalty that connected him to the community that had claimed him as their own. Whatever came next, whatever threats emerged from the darkness beyond Hogwarts' protective walls, Harry would face them not as a frightened child cowering behind other people's magic, but as a young wizard whose power was growing stronger every day and whose determination to protect those he loved burned as brightly as any magical flame. The boy who had once been nothing more than an unwanted burden, locked in a cupboard under the stairs, was becoming something the wizarding world had never seen before. A child trained in advanced magic by the finest teachers available, surrounded by friends and allies who would die before allowing harm to come to him, and possessing a magical core that seemed to adapt and grow stronger with each new challenge. Lord Voldemort had created his own worst enemy by forcing Harry Potter to become more than just a famous name or a prophetic symbol. Through his attacks and threats, the Dark Lord had transformed a traumatized 6-year-old into something that might actually be capable of fulfilling the destiny that had been thrust upon him. And that transformation was far from complete.